Hey, hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Swis Jon Show, or probably another John going solo. I hope that everybody is doing right. I apologize for the delay. I wanted to give our announced and special guest, Curly Q, the chance to hop on. Not sure where he is and what he's doing. If anyone has his number, please alert him. Yeah, other than that, I try to entertain you guys a little bit. I am aware that we have a lot of viewers from the UK. Oh, it is 1-to-1 now. So we have a lot of viewers usually from the UK. But there is a very important football match just going on. It's not soccer, it is football. And France is playing against England. And at the moment, it is 1-to-1. Kane scored with penalty. So yes, I would like to welcome everybody here in the chats. Hello to Turtle Knight, who made a very funny remark earlier. Muhammad Ali, as always, but I'm pretty sure that he's watching the match. Danger Will Robinson, our trusted moderator. Here in the chats, voulez-vous, we have, who else do we have? JL. Actually, I asked JL to co-host. Was a big mistake then to move over to Curly Q. The reason why I moved over was that I thought that Curly could pose some 101 watch questions. I've heard some questions that he asked, and I thought it may be interesting to discuss those points. I hope that he's joining us a little bit later. We have Gentleman Masterclass here from Japan. It's 5 o'clock a.m. in Japan. Mark, I hope that you're still awake. But thank you very much for chiming in. Chris Clues, amateurs. I'm not sure if he means the national mascot for France or us, because usually he calls us like that when we're too late. Voulez-vous, I said already. Hello, good evening. Yes, and yeah, Turtle Knight says one second. Can't pull that up. No, it's Turtle Knight says 1 goal plus 1 goal equals 3 goals. You're absolutely right. That is the way that it goes tonight. Okay, so while we're waiting for our special guest, to be honest, I haven't prepared a lot, but I'm trying to entertain you while we're waiting. I found a very interesting article at Watches by 6, which I sometimes read. You guys may know that I'm not a numbers person, so I'm not really too interested in statistics and stuff. 1 second. No, I screwed that up. Hey, when do I get that presentation back? So I'm not a numbers guy usually, but this caught my attention, and I would like to discuss that with you. I have no idea how I can remove myself. That is usually Swiss job. So I bring this statistics up, and I'm posting the link in the comments just in case that anybody else wants to read that later or while we're discussing that. So you guys know that I'm a fan of long stories. So I'm telling another pre-World War II story. When I entered the watch business back in 1986, I had little knowledge about watches. I knew Seiko. To me, Rolex was the best watch company in the world. And I was very surprised in the first couple of days of my job to hear about the Holy Trinity. And of course, I asked what is the Holy Trinity of watches. And the guy who is in charge, who was in charge for educating me, Klaus Schübner, he told me about Vacheron, about Audemars, and about Patek Philippe. So back then, the world was really easy. You had the Holy Trinity, Vacheron, Patek, and AP, and everything else was below the Holy Trinity. So the world was a happy place. This certainly has changed within the last couple of years, and it got much more complex and much more interesting, particularly in the 1990s when technology changed and the first micro erosion machines were made, which then made it possible to have a tourbillon, for example, in a wristwatch. Before, with traditional watchmaking, it was only possible to have a tourbillon on a pocket watch, just as an example. So there were some technological steps further. Just keep in mind, in the 1980s, the Swiss watch industry were just recovering from the quartz shock. It was still uncertain if mechanical watches would have a future, because the entire Swiss watch industry, with the exception of Rolex and Cartier, were on their knees. And I remember I had a strong interest in watchmaking. And my parents asked me, why are you entering watch sales? You're interested is in watchmaking, so why don't you learn becoming a watchmaker? And I told my parents, I don't want to end up as a watchmaker in a shop who is in charge for 8 hours a day with changing batteries. And everything else will be sent to the big manufacturers because nobody will know to repair mechanical watches anymore. So that was the situation when I started, and you have to understand that it's a relatively short way that we came from, but the technological developments have been huge and massive and important. Okay, why am I telling you that? Yes, I tried to explain the simple world after the quartz watch crisis. So we had the Holy Trinity, we had Rolex, we had Cartier, and everything else was below that. So it was a perfect world. So in 2022, Watches by Six made a very interesting statistics or observation, and this article has been pinpointed to me by my friend Russ. So Watches by Six checked watch companies, and they tried to find out how many watchmakers they employ and how many watches they make per year. So they researched also the working hours in the national economies, just like Japan, Switzerland, and Germany. And taking from that, they made a statistics about how many hours a watchmaker works on a watch that is then sold by one of those watch companies. And I think the following numbers that I'm going to show you puts the hierarchy, the pecking order of the current watch industry in a very, very comprehensible scale. And you may be surprised that in the top numbers, you won't find any watch company from the Holy Trinity. So here we go. So the Watches by Six article made the peak of watch companies, which those companies spend in average 300 hours and more per watch that they're selling. So they took the watchmakers, they looked how many watches are sold by those companies, and from that they calculate the number of hours that a watchmaker spends on a watch of those brands. And their top tier, the peak, the Holy Trinity, which is not a trinity anymore, is comprised by Gröbel-Forsey. You may have heard that name before, because in Swiss, in my opinion, Gröbel-Forsey at the moment is the best watchmaker out there. We have Kari Voutilainen with his workshop, Ferdinand Berthoud. We have Charles Frostham from the UK, a company that we should talk about a little bit more because they have very interesting items. Atelier de Chronométrie Barcelona. I think we mentioned them before. Grönefeld, Andreas Strehler, the Micro Artist Studio from Grand Seiko. Grand Seiko themselves come a little bit later. Philippe Dufour, of course. Bexay, a small company from Switzerland that we will talk about a little bit later. Romain Gauthier, Acrivia, Roger W. Smith, Pages, and we have Jean-Daniel Nicolas, which is the company of Daniel Roth. So if you observe those top companies, you will find out none of them is the Holy Trinity, or there is none of the Holy Trinity brands featured in that top group. And another observation I would like to add is to the Phoenix brand discussion that we are hearing so often and is getting me triggered in a kind of way. So none of those companies that you see there who are at the top, at the peak of the watchmaking pecking order at the moment, is older than 20, 30 years. So all those companies are very small, very new companies. Yes, you may say Ferdinand Berthoud is since 1753, but Ferdinand Berthoud was dead for a very long time, has been then reborn by Mr. Scheufele from Chopin. So all of those watches that make those incredible watches are Phoenix brands and not part of the Holy Trinity. They also mention at the top an average of 834 watchmaker hour per watch across those 15 brands. So that is the average. So below that peak, and I would call all of those companies haute horlogerie or high horology. And that is the epitome, and those are the brands why that particular channel here exists, because Swis and I, we appreciate the craftsmanship that goes into those watches, and the effort and the crazy technology and everything. And basically for those company, this channel is for. Okay, we have now below the peak, we have a category of 100 to 300 watchmaker hours per watch in average. And here we see some familiar faces, but still none of the Holy Trinity. You see Lange & Söhne, you have the Minerva division of Montblanc, which is Minerva. We have Uhrwerk here, F. Pigeon, De Bethune, Ludovic Bayard, Moritz Grossmann, and Laurent Ferrier. So here you see the upcoming brands, and you can still see those are relatively new companies if you take the definition seriously. Lange & Söhne is an older brand, but by definition it's a Phoenix brand because it has been revived in the 1990s. So all those companies are relatively new by definition of Phoenix brands. But those are, I would say, the affordable artisans in the industry. They have a level of industrial production, but they are not outrageously expensive, just like the top peak people with 300 watchmaker hours and more. Just keep in mind how much a watchmaking hour earns and how those companies then charge. You will get an average price which is relatively high on those peak companies. So here we have the second tier, the second level, artisanal industrial, 100 to 300 maximum watchmaker hours per watch. Below that category, we have, they call it the industrial haute horlogerie, with some familiar faces. This is defined 30 to 100 watchmaker hours per watch in average. And here you can see the familiar faces, just like Patek Philippe, like AP, like Vacheron, the Holy Trinity. Below Breguet, which is very close to the Holy Trinity, in my opinion. Blancpain, Piaget, Glashütte, Parmigiani, Chopin, Richard Mille. That is a very interesting number. H. Moser and Habring from Austria. So with Richard Mille, it shows a little bit the problem of that statistics, because that statistic counts the number of watchmakers that a certain company employs. So they take the number of watchmakers Patek Philippe employs, the number of watches Patek Philippe puts out per year, and put that into relation. Now with Richard Mille, it's a little bit difficult, because Richard Mille has outsourced a lot of their production to AP and to Vaucher. So those man hours that are counted, that are generated there, are not counted in that statistics. So that is one of the reasons why Richard Mille is in this third best category, while being the watch company with probably the highest average retail price. And here is the weakness of this particular statistics. So for companies that outsource, the numbers are not accurate. So the question is, for example, we're going to talk about Omega later. Omega is part of the Swatch Group. The question is, how much work is done in Swatch Group watch divisions like ETA, for example, and is it counted or not, and how much does it show? So take this statistics as with a grain of salt, but I think it's a very interesting statistics, and I think it's a very interesting and pretty accurate kind of approaching all this. Okay, now I let it settle and just read some of the I'm going to read some of the comments, but I've seen nobody is really here to ask serious question. We have here new FPG owner and for Lady Patek. Has everybody cut off the crowns on a Rolex? I was doing that, but I'm not going to go into that. Yeah, other than that, no questions. Okay, so then I'm going to torture you, you guys, even further with those stats. And I'm very surprised that I have 16 viewers, keeping in mind the football match. It's still 1-1, by the way, if somebody wants to be updated. Okay, so we have now industrial haute horlogerie. There is no sides of Rolex so far. Voulez-vous makes a very good question, but unfortunately not. So do you have any pictures from the 1980s watch shops? Would love to see those. Actually, that is a brilliant question. Maybe I'm going to do some research on the internet. Unfortunately, I personally don't have any pictures of those shops back then. What I really enjoy is old pictures of the Basel Watch Fair, where and those are from the 1960s, where it was not open to the public. It was very formal. It was almost like a bureaucracy. So every watch brand had the same visual appearance. Nobody had their dedicated booths and everything like that. So very interesting question. If you have pictures of watch shops in the 1980s, please share them with me. So Turtle Knight says all of the Omega Elves are in that special 3-to-1 movement. They still make them so slowly. Also a very good point, because I would say that there are some significantly more watchmaker hour in a 3-to-1 movement compared to all the other companies. I also had a discussion with Voulez-vous. She's planning a trip to Switzerland in March or April, and we were discussing if she wants to visit a watch company, and I told her it would not make much sense to visit a company like Tissot, because you will see endless hallways of machines and not many people working there, which is not surprising if you keep in mind that a watchmaker in Switzerland probably makes $100 per day. No, not per day, per hour. No, not per hour, I would say. No. How much does it do? Maybe 200 per day. But if you see the numbers of watches that they put out, there is a huge number of machines involved, and only for that reason you can see so many Tissot watches for those prices. Okay, so I'm gonna. Oh, that is an interesting comment here. Word is Omega updated the class on the new Moon's watch. I would like to know more about that. So okay. So yeah, we had the middle tier, if you want that, the third tier, industrial haute horlogerie. We are still talking about haute horlogerie, and I agree with that. And certainly the Holy Trinity brands are part of that. So below that, we have the industrial fine watchmaking, and Watches by Six defines that with 10 to 29 watchmaker hours per watch, and you can see Jaeger-LeCoultre, Zenith, Bulgari, Girard-Perregaux, Nomos, Glashütte, which is very interesting, and Ulysse Nardin. Nomos is able to spend a lot of watchmaker hours into watches that are relatively cheap, because the salaries in Glashütte in the low tier or in the middle tier quality segment are relatively low compared to the watch industry in Switzerland. And you may remember that I keep on saying Nomos offers an incredible value for the money. And it just shows here that they're in a relative high tier, 10 to 29 watchmaker hours per watch, and Nomos is part of that. With Jaeger-LeCoultre, it's a very interesting thing, because they just show that gyro tourbillon, and you could imagine that such a gyro tourbillon would require 200, 300, 400 man hours at least. So those watches take a significant larger amount of watchmaker hours than their standard range. That gives you an idea how much industrialized their normal watch movements are. So they make those very complicated movements with a lot of watchmaker hours. I guess that when we are talking about the standard watches, Jaeger-LeCoultre will be set in the next tier, which is the industrial prowess. I have never heard that name, so I think prowess it's the correct spelling. And here you can see the big brands basically. So Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, Breitling, IWC, Montblanc, Hermes, Panerai, Hublot, and Grand Seiko mechanical only. So those are the industrial watchmakers that, in my opinion, don't have very much to do with haute horlogerie. Those are industrial companies with very high numbers of watches per year that they're putting out, and with a lot of watchmakers. But that is in connection to the high number of output that they do. So here we have the lower tier, or the fourth tier, industrial prowess, 1 to 9 man hours per watch that they put out. An interesting thing is, we've been talking about Patek Philippe, and we were saying here Patek Philippe 30 to 99. And if you remember what I said before about Patek Philippe, I keep on saying below $100,000 US, Patek is not really haute horlogerie. It is very industrial. It is a lot of machine finishing, and the only exception, or I make the exception when we're looking at Patek Philippe watches above $100,000. There you can see some hand finishing, some true haute horlogerie, just like with this particular watch, for example. So here you can see what Patek really is capable of doing. I have an even better one, I think. It was a minute repeater. So that is, let me check. Yeah, here it is. So here, for example, is a monopusher with a very high horology finishing, and certainly such a level of craftsmanship cannot be made within the region that they are talking about here. So this is certainly more than 100 watchmaker hours. So it is difficult to put those companies into certain categories. So I would say the artisan department of Patek Philippe is at least among this tier here. Some super complicated pieces can be even in the very high tier here in the peak, but those are the exception of the rule. And like I said, below $100,000, I'm a little bit disappointed with Patek Philippe and the way of finishing. Okay, so do we have any questions here? Let me check if we have. Here we have a conspiracy theory here. Voulez-vous is planning a trip to Switzerland when JL is visiting the USA. Conspiracy theory, I think I know the lines were along that you're thinking, but I'm not gonna go there. So Voulez-vous is asking, what is the opposite of haute horlogerie? Well, in my opinion, those are industrially made and finished watches. That is the opposite of haute horlogerie. And many people think that Rolex sits very high in that haute horlogerie, while it is a very well industrially made product. So everything that we're talking here, so the number of hours that a watchmaker spends into a certain watch doesn't have anything to do with precision or quality in general. Rolex makes exceptional watches in an exceptional quality. There is no doubt about that. The problem is not many watchmakers or watchmakers are not working for a very long time on their watches, and that is what it's all about. So we have here a very interesting statistics, and I will show you the lower level. I think I'm going to show you the first picture. So here we see the average retail price per brand. So you will see the average retail price, for example, of AP is $40,000. Lange & Söhne is a little bit higher, a little bit above 40,000. The average of F. Pigeon is 60,000. Now they're putting that into context with a maximum watchmaker hours per watch. Just like we said, Lange & Söhne is between 100 and 300. Average is here 220. And that gives you a green field. So the green field means a lot of watchmaker hour per in relationship to the price that those companies ask. If you have a look at Rolex here, you have an average price of maybe $12,000, but you have an average of just one to three watchmaker hours. So that puts it in an orange field. Now Patek Philippe, for example, has a higher average price, but it's comparable to the watchmaker hours if you keep in mind the value. So this is slightly orange and this is slightly orange, which I find interesting. So in relation to the average price, Patek Philippe, Rolex, and AP are very similar. And if the average price of a Rolex is $10,000 and Rolex in average spends 3 watchmaker hours per watch, that means that Rolex charges you with $4,000 for a watchmaker hour. While in contrary, Lange & Söhne, with an average price of 40,000 or probably $42,000 with an average of 220 watchmaker hours. 1 second, let me take my calculator. That is a much better relation in price to the watchmaker hours that are involved. So we're here having 42,000 divided 220 watchmaker hours. No, that doesn't make sense. 220. Forget about it. No, I'm too tired to explain that to you, but you get an idea. The value that the hours of watchmaking that you get with ALS is much favorable, much better favorable compared to AP and Patek Philippe, because there is a lot more work compared to the average price. That is what I wanted to say. Okay, so that was my long monologue about watchmaker hours and the hierarchy of watch companies. Again, we have the peak with 300 and more watchmaker hours per watch, and you can see all very new brands by the definition of Phoenix brands. Second tier, still very young companies, very high specialized, lot of watchmaker hours. And then you can see the Holy Trinity here. Okay. So that is what JL asks a good question. Why does Lange persist in making ugly watches? That is all in the viewer or in the eye of the people who own it. If you find them ugly, I will not talk them up to you that they're not ugly. Ugly is totally subjective, and I can't argue with that. So is AP haute? I don't know what she means. So, but yeah. Oh, the frog scored again. Yes, it's 2-1 for France at the moment. Big Sal says he would like to visit JLC or Vacheron. I think JLC is running a visitor program, so maybe you check the web page. I think they're having a very professional factory tour or something like that. I think you can buy tickets. So JL says the opposite of haute horlogerie is shitters. Ribet, what does Ribet mean? Shots fired in Patek. Well, it is with AP. It's yeah. 1 second. Here, Voulez-vous is asking, is AP considered haute horlogerie? Well, by my chart, they are not. And I will tell you why. So by the chart, AP sits among Patek Philippe and Vacheron. And I tried to explain it before that, in my opinion, this has only little to do with haute horlogerie. Maybe some light tower projects. They are artisanal departments. Patek Philippe has a very high specialized department. AP has a specialist department and gets a lot of competence, and also watchmaking by Renaud Papi, which is now AP as well. So they can do high horology items, but if you have a look at their standard movements, Patek Philippe or AP, particularly the new developments, Patek Philippe just made a new automatic movement. AP made a new automatic movement, and both just show that they are developed for industrial manufacturing, and the degree of really watchmaking by hand is getting less and less. So their efficiency is going up, and the horlogerie, the high horology, is unfortunately going down. Okay, guys. So I've been talking a lot now. Let me have a sip of coffee. Okay, so the article here makes one example. So Patek Philippe employs 1,600 watchmakers, produces 68,000 watches per year. That means an average of 38.6 watchmaker hour per watch. That is how that statistics is generated. And I was talking about the problems because the very high specialized watches certainly need more than 38.6 watchmaker hours. But then in return, the normal watches take a very low degree of watchmaker hours. So if you're buying a standard Calatrava, I have doubts that a watchmaker is working more than 20 hours on this particular watch, probably less than 10. So I am almost talked out now, so I'm posting the link again. Maybe someone would like to join me because, to be honest, I don't want to open another topic now. My voice is getting weak, so maybe somebody joins me instead of Curly, and we can have a chat. So other than that, voulez-vous? We did it before, and I'm happy to do that as well. I think I also did a Lange segment on the horology dungeon not a long time ago. So, but I'm happy to do that. Not tonight, because I've been now talking nonstop for 40 minutes, and I'm now finished. I'm not one of the blurters who can do that forever. So yeah, Big Cell. I hope that I replied the question already. In my opinion, AP, Patek, and Vacheron are not considered high horology. Again, I will pull up that statistics where I'm trying to get a little bit confirmation. I said it before. I didn't need that article, but in my opinion, high horology means the peak here, the peak brands. You won't find any of the Holy Trinity watches here. So the second tier is artisanal, industrial, which doesn't even have Patek Philippe, AP, and Vacheron. And you can see here the third level, which is defined as industrial haute horlogerie. There you can find the Holy Trinity, and let me say, you find them more at 30 watchmaker hour per watch in average than at 100. Turtle Knight is nasty fiker, but he has a point. So they're working really hard on their movement. They photocopy the rest of the watch design. I would say they have a stringent corporate identity, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Chris Clue is asking a very good question. John, have you updated last week's stream? No. So the problem is that I don't have the keys to the Swis Jon YouTube channel. Swis still hasn't given it to me. I've asked a couple of times, but Swis is very busy, particularly now at the weekends before Christmas. He visits his family, and he has a lot of things to do, even on a Saturday night. So I can't pester him. I tried to push him to have last week's stream edited and reposted on YouTube. He hasn't done that. We had some minor doxing on the last show, and this is why it hasn't gone public so far. So Swis must download the entire show from YouTube. He must edit it and then put it up, with the disadvantage of that we are losing all the comments by that. But there is no other way that we can do that. So I've been asking Swis maybe 3-4 times, have you done the editing? When is the old stream getting back? He hasn't replied yet. He just told me that he can't make it tonight. And I hope that we can upload last week's stream with Voulez-Vous very soon. That is all I can say. I can't promise you more. Sorry. So Danger Will Robinson is now stirring conspiracy theories. What a load of crap. John spit it out. Swiss Biz really one of Santa's elves. Maybe he's more than one of Santa's evils, but we will see. Maybe he found a better job than being on the Swis Jon Show, and maybe that's all you get in the next couple of weeks. Okay, so it seems that nobody really wants to join me. I will post the link to the stream again. Last chance for you guys. Otherwise, I'm closing the stream, or do you guys want me to have a shorter reviews on Philips New York watch auction where the first day just ended? If you want the Philips watch auction for a couple of minutes, please type 1. Otherwise, please type 2, and we are calling it a night. So Swis is skiing to the North Pole. Definitely not. I think he's still staying in Switzerland. But he has family, and he must travel a little bit to meet his family. And it's understandable on a Saturday night, 2 weeks before Christmas, that he wants to visit his family. And that is totally okay. So I'm waiting for your choices. One for the watch auction to close the channel. As a precaution, I'm opening the watch auction in another stream. It's watches New York. So we have 3 votes to mention the watch auction. Nobody's against it, so I take that as a yes. So we have the New York auction here. Danger Will Robinson 8. John goes out and live streams buying a new watch. Not gonna happen, Danger Will Robinson. I must financially recover from my last adventures. Okay, so we have the New York watch auction here by Philips. One thing that is very special about this this auction is that they had 12 unique timepieces from different manufacturers as charity projects. So all the proceeds go to charity, which is a nice touch before Christmas. I'm trying to cover, I think, the first 98 or something like that. The rest is taking place tomorrow. So the FP Jaune is certainly gaining traction here. Sold for the Vagabond, which is as far as I know. Take some time. here. So this is a quartz movement with some little mechanical complications, significant that it went far over the estimate of 13 to 27, sold for 52, which is a crazy amount of money, I must say, for this kind of watch, because just 1 or 2 years ago, nobody really wanted those. And those were the only FP Jones that have been really approachable. So Daytona in ceramic in black, no big surprise, 32. That was what I expected. Aquanaut travel time reached double of the estimate. The estimate, in my opinion, was very low. Travel time, Patek Philippe, Aquanaut, in my opinion, no big surprise here. So we have here 15400 Royal Oak. I think 15400 is not the anniversary model. So not really a big surprise. Yeah, that is the old movement, which in my opinion is much nicer than the new movement. It is a traditional, very conservative construction. The movement is bloody small. That is the only disadvantage that the movement has. Other than that, I can see that it's not optimized for efficiency, just like the new movements, which 16202 here, that is the new type of movement, just as a comparison for you people. So that is the new movement, and I can see a cold industrial vibe from those movements. So they're nice, no doubt about that. The 50 years anniversary rotor is a neat thing, no doubt about that. But I think they're kind of cold compared to the old movements. I'll supersize the old movement again for comparison. A little bit difficult to see because the rotor is covering a lot, but you see the stamping, and so in my opinion that is the good old days. But you can see the movement is very small, sitting very small in the Royal Oak case. So they had to update it, and they made a very modern and cold construction out of that. Okay, now one of my favorite watches of all time is the Patek Philippe 3940. Which is a perpetual calendar. It's just gorgeous, in my opinion. The only disadvantage that this watch has is that it's 36 millimeters in case size. Other than that, in my opinion, even though I really love Lange watches, but in my opinion, this is the perfect perpetual calendar watch. I so love that watch. I don't like this particular item because you can see the corrosion here on the hands. I would say the corrosion comes from somewhere, so I would check this watch very carefully. I'm a little bit worried about the corrosion here on those hands. In my opinion, they can still have had for relatively low money, 44,000 for a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar is not really high money. 2 years ago, you could find them below 30. I personally prefer the white gold version of this particular watch. So we have here a Cartier Tank Americaine, which went far above the estimate. Here you can see a very interesting watch. I think, oh, we have Curly here in the background.
How are you, Jonathan? Good afternoon.
How long are you waiting? I apologize. I was a little bit...
No. I thought I was late. I looked and I said, oh, my God, was I supposed to be here at 2 my time?
Yes. So you're only 15 minutes late.
You told me 3 o'clock. You told me 3 o'clock, right? 3 o'clock my time is the way we left off. 6 hours.
I told you 3 or 4 o'clock. Yeah, but okay.
It's 3 o'clock my time here. I'm 3.
Okay.
But anyways, okay. What do you want me to teach you about? Which watch you want me to teach you about, Jonathan? Let's go.
Okay, so teach me about this one. Tell me a story about it.
Hey, listen. Is that a tank Francais?
No.
No. Okay. So we'll see. I told you.
that is a tank centré, and it is a little bit curved on the edges. The interesting story about the tank centré is that a watchmaker called Frank Müller, he liked that watch, and he took this particular case and made it more three-dimensional. So he curved the crystal in the shape of those ridges on the side, and he called it centré curvex. What he did.
You know what you're talking about here is actually what I prefer. I don't know if you know my backstory. I the only luxury watch that I want to purchase is a dress watch, and it's actually a Cellini Prince, and it wasn't this watch, but I was talking with Bear, and Bear told me you might like the Cartier. I think he said it was a Tank Francais, but it was small. But this one looks. I love rectangular watches as a dress watch. That's what I prefer. So I never saw that this one that you got on the screen because it's a longer.
Yeah, it is a little bit longer. Here is a Tank Américain, for example, which is very similar to the Tank Centré. So that is a little bit fatter, I would say, from the case shape.
Yeah, it doesn't look as curved on the back. Is it curved like the one you just showed?
It is still curved. You can see it here.
What do you think about the Rolex Cellini Prince?
Oh, I totally love it, and I loved it before it was a common discussion on the Archiverse. I've been searching for the Cellini for a long time. Let me finish with this watch, and I will pull up the Cellini Prince. So one interesting story about the Centré. So the match, I think, is over, and I think for France won. Yes, from the happy faces. So yes. So Frank Müller really liked that design, and he was talking to Svend Andersen. We've been in the Svend Andersen atelier 3 or 4 weeks ago, and Svend Andersen told us that he and Frank Müller called this watch the banana because it was so curved.
Because it was curved. Do they still make this watch, Jonathan, or is this?
I think it's not in the current collection, as far as I know, but sometimes they're bringing up a limited edition in the collection privée. So this is an all-time favorite, and it always comes back in a kind of way.
The rose gold and black dial always is beautiful.
Okay, let's pull up Rolex.
Jonathan, do you have a picture of this on a wrist by chance? You think we can find one?
One second. Cartier Centré wrist shot. So here's the first problem. I'm not on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
So I have to use YouTube, but I could find some wrist shots. You want the black dial, correct?
It doesn't matter. I just want to see, because it's longer than the Cartiers that we were looking at. I know absolutely nothing about watches.
No problem. So 1 second.
But this is a little interesting because it looks longer. So my wrist size is like a 7-inch. I don't know what it is in centimeters. Yeah, look at that. That's what I thought. Yeah. That looks nice.
Yep. So those are significantly longer than I would say than the Americans. Yes.
Beautiful watch. I actually like it with the. What is this dial? Is this this almost looks like a pinkish silver? I actually like this better than the black now that you pull this up.
Let me check what they say. Yeah, you know, the tone is a little bit different.
Yeah, it is. That's yellow,
I'm not sure
probably,
if it's
right?
Gold. It is a little bit champagne, I would say, but from this perspective, it almost looks silver. So, 1 second, let me check what they say about that. So that is a Centré 100th anniversary, and
all right. So I got to ask you, what is the? I know it's a trademark of Cartier. But what is that blue thing that's on every crown of most of all the Cartier watches? What does that represent? It's got to represent something, right?
Well, you have to keep in mind that Cartier always had a big division of jewelry, and they just tried to spice that up. And those cabochons on the winding crown are a signature for Cartier. Usually, they have a spinel or a sapphire.
What is it? What is it called? What is that called again?
In German, it's called spinel. I don't know the English word for it.
So that's the stone that's on top of the most of their.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
and that's sapphire. That's a sapphire.
Sometimes stone. Sapphire. Spinel is not a sapphire. We are not calling it semi-precious stone, but previously it was called semi-precious, but it's still a precious stone.
So that's just to distinguish that's like a, how do you say it? Homage to their jewelry, lineage. Okay, I got you.
They're adding some jewelry. Actually, I was planning to introduce the entire watch talk with you, with my statement. In my opinion, or I was asking, why are men spending so much money on watches? And in my opinion, a watch is the only kind of jewelry that a man can wear without making a fool of himself.
So that's you know what? That's exactly why everybody in this watch community says you need a sub. Your first luxury watch should be a sub. The reason I gave for wanting a dress watch is because when I get dressed up right now, I have a sport watch that I wear as a dress watch when I put a suit on. But I like all the accessories. I always have a nice pen. I keep a little leather binded notebook. I usually wear my bracelet. I usually have a gold tie pin. And I actually, I haven't worn it in a long time, but I used to wear a diamond earring, a 1-carat diamond earring. But the one thing I was always missing was, and I said and I always have, it's one thing I spend money on. I do spend money on dress shoes and a suit. But the one thing I always had missing, the last accessory, I call it, is a nice dress watch. And for me, it would have to be either, I prefer yellow gold. I prefer either yellow gold or rose gold, but I saw the prints that I love is a white gold version. So that's to finish off when I dress myself up to go to events, maybe 10 times a year, whether it be a wedding, funeral, or a business meeting or whatever. I don't go to too many business meetings, but I always feel that I have that accessory missing, and that is probably, besides a suit and besides a good pair of dress shoes, and of course a tie, you always should have a dress watch. For me, to finish off the look,
I can't disagree with you, because if you look at the genesis of watches, they all start on leather strap. The metal strap was becoming a success when watches became water resistant, because when you put a watch into water, you're ruining the leather strap. So metal bracelets are a relatively recent thing, and are a little bit contradictory to the idea of a high quality watch. So we've been discussing before the high horology and the very unique makers of high horology watches, and you can see most of those watches are on leather straps.
Yeah,
they're not metal straps.
And as far as an accessory goes, I remember back in the 30s and 40s when men really took pride in their whole dress. As far as suits go, the hat was an accessory, but you would always see the chain, the gold chain going across their belly if they had a
watch, yeah.
A vest, a 3-piece suit, including the vest. You would always see the chain, and their pocket watch was always worn as an accessory. And my father actually, he left me a gold It's actually made in Germany. I don't remember the name of it. I actually have it in my safe. A little gold pocket watch with the little gold chain, and it's got a stag deer on the cover. You know, when you open it up. And I always wanted to wear a dress vest. You know, I'm with a suit, 3-piece suit, and I always wanted to put that accessory on there. I just never had the panache to pull it off.
Oh, okay.
I think watches have always been an accessory for men when they wear a suit and go out on a town. You know.
Do you know what a frog watch is?
I do not.
So, so pocket watches usually are in the lower section of your jacket, but for the very formal watches, you wear them on a top pocket, and the little chain is basically where that lapel has a little hole.
Oh yeah, I got you.
I apologize. I would like to do a shout out to Perth Luxury, who is just joining in. Perth, I'm still waiting for the moment that you start your show again. Really, we should do those very soon. We are all missing the fun. So please reach out to me. I hope that you're doing well. It's very good to see you.
Yeah, so, Turtle Knight is making me laugh right now. We're talking about accessories. He says, and Curly, you learned a fascinator as well this week. I did. I had no idea what that was. Blondie was wearing a fascinator. Yeah, I told her that I liked the she had flowers on the side of her on her hair as an accessory. And I learned that it's called a fascinator when you go to a distinguished event like the Kentucky Derby or something. Okay. Women either wear a hat or they wear what's called a fascinator on the side of their head, which is
I didn't know that word.
I didn't. What?
I didn't know that.
Oh, I don't feel so bad if you didn't know. I thought I was a knuckle dragger. I guess we're both knuckle draggers when it comes to women's accessories, Jonathan.
Welcome to the knuckle dragger society. Okay, so yes, I would like to, if you allow me.
Your show. You do what you want. Kick me off. Talk a little bit about, mute me.
we could talk a little bit about Rolex Cellinis, and as an introduction, I will tell you my main beef with Rolex Cellinis, the recent ones.
Yeah.
So when I started working in retail, a Cellini was unsellable, and it was the prime example that not everything that carries the brand name Rolex is an instant hit. But those Cellinis had dedicated mechanical hand-wound movements, which were very flat. So today's Cellini range is only one model, if I know that exactly. It's a round watch with a moon face, and there are speculations that parts of the meteorite dial are used or not. Doesn't matter. My main beef with the current Cellinis is they are using the normal automatic movement, just like on every other Rolex Submariner or Oyster Perpetual Date, Oyster Perpetual Date or Datejust. So they're using the normal movement, which is not very flat, and it doesn't fit to this particular watch with that beautiful moon face and everything. So that is my beef with the current Cellinis. Now, you're a fan of the square Cellini, the Cellini Prince, which is not in the current collection anymore. But I agree totally with you that those are beautiful watches from every angle. One second, let me pull that up. As far as I know, you're a fan of the white gold. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. It's the. I think they discontinued these in 2015 or 16 or something. But what's strange about this is they accented each metal with different accents. So you see the yellow gold has the fluting on the side, right there. You see the fluting on the side of the case, but on the front of the case, it's pretty flat and non-accented except for the dial. Now, then if you go to the rose gold, they actually have scallops that run. You see the scallops inside the
It's a
case.
sunray pattern.
But then I'll tell you what. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to have you guess what I like about the white gold. Now, why would I like this white gold?
I think you mentioned the scallops.
You see, before? Yeah. No, go down. Go. Yeah. You look at the white gold. To me, now listen. I love Art Deco era things. And what I love about this watch is, if you remember, like we used to have a very big chain store called Woolworth. Inside Woolworth's, they used to have a little, like a diner inside Woolworth's, and they had a soda, a soda fountain area, and they would make you a sundae or whatever. But on the tables, they would have those old-fashioned jute boxes on the table, the little mini jute boxes. And then that's what it reminds me of. It's just got that Art Deco styling. I love the styling of this thing. It just reminds me of a 1950s chrome toaster. It's all Americana. It reminds me of the old jukeboxes that they used to sit on the diner tables that you could pick your own song. I just loved it. I love it. I love that watch. To me, it screams Americana. That's why I like it. Those scallops that go up and down just to represent the 1950s style America, where everything that they built had some type of Art Deco styling in it. And if you get a close-up of the dial, Jonathan, when you look at this dial, it just looks like an enamel dial. Look at that. Look at that.
Well, it's not enameled, but it looks a little bit like a traditional disc.
It reminds me of a dashboard on the old Spirit of St. Louis airplanes and stuff. I just like it. I love it. I actually love it. Bear Clooney Watches did a beautiful video of this watch. The styling is much like the styling when they built the Chrysler building in New York. That's cladded in stainless steel. So,
I'm a big fan of those old 1950s diners.
Exactly.
That also have those metal facades, just like an Airstream RV.
Exactly. You got it right there. It just reminds me of all that kind of Airstream styling. When America used to build hefty quality things. It's just beautiful. I mean, I am not a white gold person, but if they had that styling on the rose gold Cellini, I would love it. That would be my perfect one and done watch. And let me ask you something, Jonathan. They said that they discontinued this watch in 2015 because out of all the Rolexes, this was like the production of this watch. They didn't use parts from any other watches. Like they couldn't take a case out of the foundry and shape it and this, that. So it was because it was too difficult to manufacture when Rolex finally modernized their factory. And I believe it was in 2015. And they said they discontinued this watch because it wasn't cost effective to manufacture anymore, because it had its own movement. It had its own case that was not typical with any other of the Rolex models that they had. I love the watch. I just love it. I mean, you gotta kind of love that Art Deco style. And on the wrist, this watch looks like it's small, but on the wrist, it fits beautifully.
My only pet peeve with this watch is that it's not really shaped. So it has a flat case back, contrary to the Cartier. But then the lugs are scalloped in a kind of way. You can see the lugs go down. That take the shape a little bit. But
I see what you mean. When you look at the watch, you think that it's going to sit high on the wrist, but for some reason, the way the strap goes into the kind of hidden lugs that this thing has. You'd have to see a wrist shot of it on somebody's wrist. It lays nice. It lays very nice.
The front is curved. The case back is not. So the top is curved. And so those watches were really nice. But you're spot on. The first problem with this watch is they developed a square watch movement for those watches. So most of the movements are round. This one is square. And as far as I know, they made it from scratch somehow. And I know that those watches were very difficult to sell. Rolex is struggling with this Cellini line for decades to come up with reasonable numbers. The Cellini line has been introduced to compete with companies like Piaget with their elegant watches and so on. Cellinis were around for a very long time. And then I think in the 2000s, they picked up the idea of the Prince. The Prince back then was a very collectible watch, a vintage Rolex watch, very collectible. And they picked up the idea. But as far as I know, they were not able to sell significant numbers that would justify to keep on running this.
Unfortunately, this thing is sought after now, because if you look at the prices it commands now for a discontinued, one-off Rolex. I mean, it's a lot of. I was shocked. I thought this watch would, because it's discontinued and because it didn't seem like it was a very popular model. You don't hear a lot of people talking about it. But the last year, for some reason, this thing now, the prices have really shot up on these things.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. The prices went up. I remember when I was researching them 2 or 3 years ago, when I was trying to get one, the prices were far below the 10,000s.
Yeah.
And you could get many of them who have not been worn. So you could get a lot of old stock.
Yeah, NOS, right. Yeah, that's what Bear got his new old stock.
Yeah.
Beautiful watch.
Yeah,
for Rolex, I love it. I mean, everybody says, oh, well, if you like this, you'll love the, what is it called? The Reverso. Mm-hmm. But I just love this because it's a Rolex and it's just a different Rolex. You don't see. The only person I've ever seen actually wear one of these is Mr. Zoso from the Archieverse.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He has the rose gold. Oh, you had that. You know what I mean about an accessory. Now, Mr. Zoso was home after work, sitting in his chair. He had his suit on still. He dresses very sharp, and this thing was peeking out of his shirt cuff, his dress shirt cuff. Mm-hmm. And it just looked, you talk about like a men's accessories. It just looked beautiful. And then he took it off and showed it with the deployant. It's got a beautiful deployant buckle.
Yeah, they all have.
Yeah, that's. I mean, a lot of people laugh when they're like, oh, well, that's going to really accentuate the tattoos you have. I don't care. I just love it. I love that. I love the way that watch looks. To me, a dress watch. For me, it has to be rectangular dress watch. That's what I like. That's what I love. So,
yeah, no. If you're getting one of those, you totally have my blessing, because I have a soft spot in my heart for those watches as well. So no criticism from my side. The only problem or the only challenge that you're facing is to choose between those Cellinis, those rectangulars, or maybe Cartier, which is on a similar level. So but from an horology, from a standpoint of horology,
the back is
they
beautiful.
put some effort here, because you can still see those louvers in the.
Jonathan, what other Rolex watches has an exhibition case back?
None. I think that.
So you see how this is like a unicorn for me of Rolex watches. Mm-hmm. Nowadays, I mean, I don't know anything about going back into neo vintage or vintage, but for me, I love different stuff. I just like different. I like different, and to me, as long as it's got the Rolex brand on it, you know that a lot of times worldwide, wherever you go, you could go to, Mumbai, you could go to Zimbabwe. Rolex is known around the world. You see that Rolex brand, and it's almost like a carrying currency with you because it's known worldwide.
Yeah, not so much with the Cellinis, I must say. So
right.
So not many people are aware that Rolex has a line that is called Cellini.
Exactly, but when they look close at the dial, it says Rolex. You know that brand. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But the case back is only there because Rolex put some effort into decorating the movement.
Yeah.
So I don't understand, or I understand why people are trying to get transparent case backs even on Submariners or Datejusts, because when I started, I wanted to see the movement as well. But when you're
that's
getting
half the fun, right, Jonathan? That's half the fun when you're sitting there and you just want to admire your watch. Half the fun is flipping it over, and what a treat it is to be able to look at the back of the movement, especially, when you get into high-end hand-finished watches, to see the jewels and see the gears turning. I mean, come on, what kind of guy doesn't like mechanical stuff? And I mean, when you look back, even this, Rolex isn't known for beautiful looking movements, but when you look at this, you could, like you said, they put the effort into making it look good because it was going to be seen. If it's not seen, they don't put that effort in
exactly
to finish it. So,
but you know that I'm the inventor of transparent case backs. You know that?
I have no clue, but you.
No,
I'm
saying that with
me, right?
No, I'm saying that with how do you say? I'm talked out with the tongue in the cheek, or what? How do you say? Transparent. So the story goes like that. So when I started in selling watches, there was a watch company that was only little known, which was called Blancpain. And
okay, I've heard that Bear likes Blancpain watches.
Yeah, so I met Mr. Biver in 1987, and Blancpain was a totally unknown company, and Mr. Biver told us about what he had in mind, and everybody was totally excited about Blancpain, and we were starting to sell Blancpain watches like crazy. So what did young Higgins do? He sold his first Rolex Submariner, no, Rolex GMT that I just bought a year ago, and I wanted a Blancpain. And Mr. Biver told us about the movements with his friend and school colleague, Jacques Piguet, and how beautiful the movements are. And I told him, okay, I would like to order the watch, but I want to see the movement. So can you make me a transparent case back? And keep in mind, no watch company back then had a transparent case back. Not
None.
AP.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I haven't seen one. It may be that it already existed, but I approached Mr. Biver and I told him I want a transparent case back. And I remember the watch was like 2,500 Deutschmarks, and I paid $500 just for the transparent case back. And it took them half a year to make that. And from that point of time, Blancpain suddenly had transparent case backs. And from that point of time, all the other watch companies with nicely decorated movements had transparent case backs. So of course it's bullshit. I haven't invented anything, but I was among the first guys who had a transparent case back on a
so
high quality.
You have to say you didn't invent it, but you're the originator.
No,
the concept person behind it.
I'm not originating anything. I was just getting on his nerves, and probably he said, "Okay, I'm going to do that." So
well, let me ask you something. How do you get to the point now? How do you get to the point where you get a manufacturer to custom build you a watch? How do you do that? I mean, like the Blancpain. Now, did you work for Blancpain, or how did that come about? That
no,
this is how I want this watch built. How do you get to that point?
Look, back then, Blancpain was a very small company. Jean-Claude Biver, who is now a legend, he was traveling in a little Volkswagen around, and he was trying to excite the salespeople for his watches, because I've been working for a big retailer, and we got some Blancpain watches. Nobody really noticed them. Nobody showed them to the clients. Nobody had a story to tell.
So you were a seller of these watches.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you had a little hand into. You had a little pull where you could say, "Hey, why don't you do this or why don't you do that?" Because you were a seller of his watches.
But I was not. I was still learning about watches.
Yeah.
So all I did is I ordered a watch, and I had the direct access to Mr. Biver and his assistant, because Blancpain was so small that Biver himself took the orders. You could ring up Blancpain and ask for Mr. Biver, and he was there. And so I told him I would like to order this watch. Can you give me a better price? And can you make me a transparent case back? That is basically the story.
So these were built as they were ordered. So it wasn't like he stocked a bunch of these watches.
Exactly. Yeah.
I got you. Built. So it was built to order. I got you.
Blancpain was a kind of startup.
Yeah, back then. Yeah, nowadays it's called a startup, but that's what it was back then. But built to order. Yeah. So that's pretty. In those days, a lot of stuff was like that, right? Coach builders, you could have bodies built from one-off car makers that just built things to order.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Well, a little company called AMG was a little company called AMG, and the boss of AMG was buying Rolex watches from us before the company became a part of Mercedes-Benz, for example. So they had all the specialists who were doing crazy stuff with Mercedes cars, and So
they were performance, not a builder, but they were
tuners.
Tuners. There you go. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then nowadays they call that style of doing business startups. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, Blancpain was a total startup. Just like I told you, Mr. Biver and his assistant, and I think it was a two-people company, basically. They were traveling around in a little white Volkswagen Golf, which is, I think, in the US, it's called the Rabbit.
Jonathan, do you think that this trend of, like I see a lot of people in the watch community, they still have such an appreciation for this handcrafted and made by hand watches, and they're willing to pay, huge sums of money for this. What do you think the future of it is? Do you think that this appreciation for these fine handmade, expensive watches, do you think that that's going to continue, or do you think that that's slowly going to fade out in the future?
No. Without a doubt, it's going to continue. And the internet is a blessing. It is also a blessing for me, because before Hodinkee and Monochrome, I had no idea about companies like Ferdinand Berthoud or like Gröbel Forsey. You had to look. Gröbel Forsey has no shop here in Europe, in Germany, to sell their watches. My first contact with Gröbel Forsey was when I was in London, and I was asking for an AP, and the guy showed me Gröbel Forsey, and he told me, "Look, this is a young brand called Gröbel Forsey, and we have 6 watches. All of them have tourbillons." And I said, "This is totally nuts. What are you doing here?"
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of these smaller brands like you're talking about, almost like bespoke, they make you a watch custom made. So you think that that's like right now, nowadays, the days we're living in, and then maybe the days ahead, where it seems like every old tradition is getting smaller and getting pushed to the wayside. You see this tradition of handcrafted watches by master craftsmen. You think that that's going to increase because it's going out into the ether, and people are, where you had a oddball, like an oddball watchmaker that just did it out of the passion of his heart. You see that his work is maybe going to be worth more in the future, because people are going to be able to have access to the information and how it's built and the way they do it. Or maybe the guy takes a video on how he hand makes his whole watch, and it takes 6 months to make one watch. And people appreciate that so much that they're not afraid to kick money out of their pocket, and they're not worried about investment. They're not worried about value for value retention of the watch. They just want that watch because they see that it's a hand built by a master craftsman, and then maybe what that man does is going to be a lost art in the future, so they're willing to pay for that. You see that happening in the future because of access to information. That's what's really keeping these one-off master watchmakers afloat, because there's still people willing to pay for that type of workmanship.
Curly, I think you didn't realize that my computer crashed. So you made a long question.
Oh, Sorry.
I was away for a minute, so I apologize. My computer just crashed, and I had to reboot. So your question is a good one, and I have no fears for the future of those specialized companies. I read statistics previously with the top high-end watchmakers that spend more than 300 watchmaker hours per watch that they do. That is the top high end
That's amazing.
of horology. For example, Rolex spends maybe 3 watchmaker hours per watch that they are producing, maybe even less. So those companies are super highly specialized. And when I'm talking to the people who are working for those companies, everybody tells me we have a supply problem. We don't have a problem with demand. We have a problem of supplying enough watches. Because our suppliers, the boss of Sven Andersen, he told me they had a shortage of brass, of raw brass, where they're making their parts from.
Wow. What do you? It fascinates me that they could put 300 hours. I mean, I don't think people could even imagine 300 hours, man hours of labor to make something. If you put a price tag on it, I mean, thinking about what a watchmaker would charge per hour to put in 300 hours into a watch, that's just amazing that they still financially are able to do that, and there's still people buying that. When somebody, I hear this phrase all the time, Jonathan, high horology. And when you see these like hype type collectors, always attribute Patek to being high horology. What do? Do you snub your nose at that and like you don't know what high horology is when you hear somebody talk like that, or what?
Look, snubbing nose is never good, and I'm well aware that people are calling us arrogant, because I used to call people like us, like Swis and myself, being elitists and arrogant all the time. So you're going through a development, a personal development, and the problem is with this high horology that we are just talking about, the prices are ridiculous. They are absolutely crazy. So when we're talking about the I was quoting earlier, too bad that you're a little bit late. I was quoting from this article, which was
wait, John, I'm not going to let you get away with that. You told me 3 o'clock my time at 8 o'clock this morning. That's what you told me. So I came on at 2:59. One thing you could never accuse me of is being late.
No.
You said 6 hours, and then you said, okay, that will be 3 o'clock your time.
I totally blame it on me, and it shouldn't have sounded that I blame you. I screwed that up. It's now official, okay?
Because me, sometimes I would have to apologize immensely for. I'm never late. That's one thing you could accuse me of everything else, but I'm never late.
I think you were just starting to apologize for something which may be the first then. But anyhow,
let's steer clear of apologies. Go ahead.
Yes,
tell me about this stuff.
Okay, so I showed this statistics made by Watches by Six, and they are having an interesting approach to high horology. I'm making it a little bit short because I was going into detail about that in the first 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to bore the audience with it. So what this article does is they have been looking into the statistics of certain watch companies. So they checked how many watches does a certain brand produce, and they checked how many watchmakers they employ. And out of those two figures, you can get the number of watches each watchmaker puts out, and from there you can see the number of hours a watchmaker spends to get one of those watches ready.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. You basically you're comparing production with the number of people, and you could just because obviously they're keeping it secret how much. They won't say how many watches they actually produce, or
most of them do.
Oh, okay.
So we have an idea how many watches.
Oh, so you have an
so-
idea of
Mhm.
labor cost and labor hours. I see what you're saying.
Exactly, yes. So and this based on those numbers, they are not really considering outsourced watchmaker hours, which is a weakness of the statistics. But still, I think it's very interesting because when you're then so they divided then the watch industry into 5 different categories, and the first category is the peak. Those are the brands who spend 300 and more watchmaker hours per watch.
Gotcha.
So if you see those watches, where do you find Patek Philippe and Vacheron?
They're not on there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So let me ask you something, Jonathan. Can you put back the back of that watch where it shows the gears?
You mean the Cellini? No.
This watch
okay.
right here.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so let me ask you now: do they actually still hand make these gears, or is this something that's done by machines? Or I mean, what separates like high production, what they call high horology? So I'm just going to use Patek as an example. Okay, so Patek is known as high horology, but they make a lot of watches. So it's not like a watchmaker is making these gears by hand or hand finishing it. But when you get into watches like this, I mean, or actually, you were showing me, what was the watch you were showing me, which was just amazing. The back of it was a Lange and Sona.
Oh, the turbograph, yes. Mhm.
Where you said that, I think it was you and Swiss. Where when you look at the back of that watch, where even you told me the name of it. I don't want to make it sound funny, but it was something cock.
Yeah, the balance cock.
The balance cock. Now which was that whole little tiny micro piece was completely engraved. And then Jonathan said an interesting thing, that sometimes these watchmakers would throw a custom flare or custom touch in there that's there's like signature. And although those watches may all be this, like you take 2 or 3 of them and they're the same model, when you flip them over and you look at the movements, each watchmaker is allowed to put a different flair or his own touch on when they make these movements.
Yeah, when you own a Lange watch and you're visiting the factory, they can tell you from the engraving on the balance cock which engraver did the job.
Yeah, so those are actually, although they might be the same models, you could consider each one of these a piece unique because of the man who does the engraving and the man who actually builds these things then, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, look at that. That's just like, see to me that I don't care what the front of the watch looks like. When you look at the back of something like this, if you know anything about machining or manufacturing, and you bring it down to a micro level that these people work with, I mean, that workmanship is it's just amazing. It blows my mind. I love it. You gotta, if you have a mechanical mind, you gotta appreciate this so much.
That is true. Yes, I just want to emphasize a little bit on the finer details where we are talking then about high horology, and we are often talking about anglage, which are those little corners here on every single piece, which is in this case then hand polished, and you can see that throughout the movement. On virtually every single part, where you can see that anglage, which is then done by hand. You can see also the spokes here of those little gears.
Yeah,
you can see an anglage there as well.
Yeah. So what is that? That's like a French word or a German word? What is that?
So it means angling. It is a French word, yes. Mm-hmm.
So in my terms, it would be called radiusing. That's just amazing. I mean, it's like when you look at a beautiful handmade cabinet where the carpenter actually sands it to bring out the wood grain and make it unique. That's what these guys are doing with metal. I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, that to me, if you have a mechanical mind, to me, this is like what artwork. This just sings to me.
Yeah, but this is a relatively complex movement. I personally like this. One second. Let me find a normal data graph, because in my opinion, there is too much covered here on this particular movement. I personally enjoy.
It's too busy. It's too busy.
No, there is too much covered actually. In my
Oh,
opinion.
there's not enough exposed parts that you could look at. I see what you're saying.
So 1 second. I'm just trying to get rid of the spam when I'm opening.
How we doing? We doing pretty good. You got 21 people watching. How about giving Jonathan a thumbs up, guys? You don't get this kind of horology typically.
Okay, here we go. Give me 1 second. I'm not good at this, so here is what
you're singing to the choir. Talk about not good.
Okay, so here we have.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Here we have a data graph, which is a little bit more silent, and here you can see the balance cock that we've been talking about.
Exactly.
And on some models, you can have even your initial engraved or something like that when you order a watch. Lange usually does that, but from this engraving, usually they can tell which artisan engraved.
Now, when you buy these, you don't deal directly with Lange, right? You got to go through a sales rep.
Yes and no. I personally, when I have a question, I'm calling up the Dresden boutique, which is the closest by to Glashütte. And they call the factory, and I know some people at Lange, so if I'm having a specific question, I'm just calling directly to the girls that I'm sending chocolate
so
to.
you're like a guy in New York. I know a guy. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, probably, yes. Yes. So yeah, for some reason, some people at Lange really have a weak spot for me, and usually I'm getting the replies that I need within hours.
It's amazing that do you see like I'm in the trades in America, and like they used to have people that did plastering, okay, where it was from scratch. And they keep saying, when you see these people like I would do a job here in Chicago. They have a place called the Museum of Science and Industry. So when they build stuff like additions and stuff, they have to call in artisans, and a lot of them came from Europe that do plastering accents, because they call it's a lost trade, it's a lost art form. They don't have people that want to do it anymore, but these guys get paid immensely, a lot of money. I mean, when they brought these people in, what they got paid by the hour, was more than any of the other tradesmen on the job. So, they call it a lost art form when they bring these specialist tradesmen in. Do you feel that this is becoming a lost art form, or do you find younger people interested enough because to do something like this, you have to serve an apprenticeship. God knows how long the apprenticeship has to be till you could hand build one of these and they let you do it by yourself. Do you find that people still want to do it? Is this still a trade where you could raise a family on and stuff?
Fortunately, yes. In the meantime, because of course, and the internet helps. I think that it is not easy to find the right people. As far as I know, as we speak, Lange, for example, they have 10 or 11 apprentices.
Right.
So, and the boss of Lange said that probably 1 or 2 are deciding not to continue with Lange and Söhne in the future, but 8 of them do. So they have
That's a good ratio.
Have 8.
That's a good ratio, yeah.
Yeah, but they have 8 per year, and you can imagine that with a company that started in 1990 or 1994, depending on how you count, some people are retiring. So
Yeah.
I would guess among the watchmakers, the fluctuation, so the people leaving Lange, is more than they're able to educate per year. So, of course, this is a problem and this is a struggle. But I think that the internet helps immensely that people get curious and try those crafts. Because without the internet, the image of high horology or very expensive watches it is a dying art, and nobody really was interested in entering that.
Gotcha. So
You also have to,
the ability for them to use the internet to market to people who, there's still enough people that appreciate this kind of, I mean, you have to call it an art form when you get into stuff like this. They're still willing to pay the money that it costs to build these and build them at a profit. So it's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Who's the main, when you get rid of the big three, or the hype brands, who are the type of people that buy these that buy watches like this, that would say, I don't need a Patek, I don't need an AP, I don't want a Rolex. What I really want is something like this. Is this like a well-seasoned collector that gets tired of buying the models that he'll see in whatever society he hangs around with? If he walks in a cocktail party or boardroom meeting or something, and they see 2 or 3 other people wearing Pateks, what makes a guy buy something like this? Is it a really a really like long season collector, or who are these watches marketed to?
So I would say, from my experience and the clients that I met who buy Patek, this is mostly old money. I think Archie is talking a lot about old money.
Yeah.
So all the people that are old money, the father had a Patek, and then the son at a certain point of time is getting gifted his first Patek, which is a simple Calatrava, and then when he makes money and gets more successful, then he's buying a Patek calendar or a chronograph. So that is the story, for example, with Patek Philippe. In my opinion, in my experience, most of the collectors are having a collecting story, and I'm no different of that. I started with cheap LED watches because I thought that those were the future. Then I moved up to Seiko because I got to know Seiko from the James Bond movies, and I found Seiko very cool. My first Seiko, by the way, it was a watch that was 1/3 of a price of a Rolex Submariner. So back then, Seikos were really expensive.
Yeah.
Those were luxury watches. My first Seiko was like 625 Deutschmarks, and I remember a Rolex Submariner was 1,700.
Wow.
So, and then from Seiko, you move to Rolex because you think Rolex is the best watch company. And many people are circling then around Rolex for a good reason, because they are outstanding watches with really cool designs.
Sure, they've got to be the most recognized watch brand in the world, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Who comes second to Rolex?
Nobody. I think OC or somebody else. No, not OC. Somebody else said Rolex are so smart. You know what? It doesn't matter whatever we discuss. You can be sure that the Rolex board of directors have been discussing this point up and down, left and right 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So they employ the very best, the very smartest people. That is not a guarantee for success, because at the end of the day, you have to make a decision, and sometimes the decision based on the information that you have is right or wrong. But there are some very smart people working for Rolex. Never underestimate Rolex. And many of the collectors, they seriously started with Rolex. There are dedicated collectors who only buy vintage, high-end Rolex watches, very rare watches, and you can spend hundreds of thousands for a vintage Rolex if the quality is right. And some people then moved up to Patek Philippe, and some people then realized, oh, there are much nicer watch companies than Patek, and then they're moving up and up and up, and some people are then moving to the top tiers that I just showed you, with 300 and more watchmaker hours, and they end up with Gröbel Forsey or another company who makes
Well,
those
my
crazy.
experience comes from this watch community, which I call the Archieverse. So what I see is when I see somebody talking about like this Lange and Sona, and then what's the other one, FB Jorn.
Mhm.
When I see people talking about this, yeah, I got this watch, but you can't compare this watch to, what you call the hype brands. It seems like these are people who have gone through the Rolex experience. They've gone through the AP. They've gone through the Patek. They've gone through the Vacheron. And it seems like I'll give you an example, like Mr. George Varghese, even like Mr. Zoso. Who else can I, that I don't want to call them mega collectors, but I want to call them collectors with experience. It seems like when you get up to that level of that, they want an FB Journe or they want a Lange and Sona, or in George's case, I would have to say like when you get to that point where you want to go get an RM, something different. It seems like they just want something different from the rest of the hype pack,
Yeah, for a good reason. For a good reason, yes.
Yeah.
Because sometimes hype watches are so bloody expensive that that you could move upwards in this pecking order of high horology for the same money. So don't buy I keep on saying an AP Royal Oak in stainless steel is not worth $85,000. A Patek Philippe Nautilus in stainless steel is not worth $120,000.
Because when you're looking at it, you're looking at the man hours that it takes and the hand craftsmanship that you pay for these other watch brands. I got you. Because
I could get a nicer watch for $120,000 than a Patek Philippe Nautilus in stainless steel. It's that simple.
Right. But it doesn't have the name brand marketing behind it, so that's why these guys are willing to pay. They're not looking at craftsmanship and high horology. What they're looking at is the marketing that's behind the brand. They're basically buying it for the brand, for the flex.
Look, I can't blame them. I can't blame them.
No, you can't. No, right.
Yeah,
right.
Because we are all guilty. We are all brand bitches. Keep that in mind. So of course, Rolex is a very strong brand, and we all kind of feel connected to it. And it's difficult to go to a brand just like Moritz Grossmann, which in English sounds like gross, and so you're getting negatively charged, and probably don't bother researching what incredible watches they are doing. That is totally normal. I can tell you an example. For example, in my case, I was starting researching Lang and Heine after Marco brought it up, and I was hesitant in accepting Lang and Heine being on a similar kind of quality or even higher than Lange and Söhne, because I didn't want to hear that. So
that's funny that you brought Marco's name up, because Marco is one of those young guys that when he speaks about watches and somebody brings up like say a Vacheron, he always seems to have a different brand that he brings up, and what he compares from the Vacheron to the watch that he brings up. Like say he brings up a Maurice Grossman. He doesn't say, oh, well, this brand is world known, this brand. What he says, it's the amount of hours that goes into making it, the amount of hand finishing that the watch has. So it's weird that you seeing a young guy like that really appreciate the craftsmanship that goes into something. And he always touts that line where when he compares watches, he doesn't compare that it's a hype brand or value retention. What he compares to is, he'll always say, do you know the amount of hand finishing hours that goes into this watch compared to that watch? So he's got that appreciation without having to take that massive watch journey where you go through all the hype brands, and then you start getting bored with it and say, you know what, I want something better. I want something more handcrafted. That's like the difference between, like in the old days when they used to build production cars but then you would see they would build bespoke coach builders. You know, you had car builders, but then they always made that difference when they went to coach builders, because these are the things that have so many hours of hand craftsmanship where they're custom make things to your specs, you know. So yeah, it's cool. It's cool to appreciate that. I mean, I don't know how long of a watch journey you have to take to do you ever see people that just jump into saying, I don't want the hype watch brands, I want something because it takes 300 more hours to build it?
Just look at Swis. Swis is very young. He's not
right,
30.
right. Yeah, it's another good example. Yeah, you're right.
And he has such a super appreciation for all those crazy brands and for everything that they do. And it is just, we're living in a great time. I brought this chart up. None of those companies is older than 30 years, basically, because all of them have been reborn or founded less than 30 years ago. So the top of watchmaking that we're talking about are relatively unknown companies and very young companies.
Sounds, you know what it sounds like to me, Jonathan, is it sounds like to me like you're saying that the internet has brought the renaissance of these handmade, high quality craftsmanship pieces. It's made them relevant again. And there's like, what do you think? There's like a renaissance going on with these type of watches? Is that
Absolutely.
what you're?
I'll give you an example. You know that I have this world timer on order, which is highly custom made to my request. So a certain part
is this the infamous bezel world timer?
Yeah, the bezel world timer, exactly. Yes. So that, but it's not the bezel. It is a city ring. That is what it's called. So I have this city ring on order. We're working now on this watch for almost 1 year, and it was supposed to be ready in May this year. So it's delayed. So the last part was the city ring that should have been produced 4 weeks ago. So I contacted the company because I wanted to have a minor change on that. So he said it was not already made, but it should be made within this week. So I asked him, can you stop the making of this until we sorted that out? You know what he replied to me?
With the way you asked him, he probably said maybe.
No. He told me, we can do that. If we stop the production now, you will get your watch in 2024. And he was not kidding.
Right.
So all his suppliers are booked out, and people are lining up with the suppliers. And if you step out the line, you end up lining up at the end of the line when they're again.
Yeah, so you lose your place as far as priority customer. I got you.
Yes.
But that's got to give you a very high sense when that watch comes to you after you've had so much input in it. That's got to give you a very high sense of value into that watch, although it might not be valuable on the secondary watch market or whatever you want to call it, the gray market. But to you, it's got to be priceless because of how much input you could have in the watch that they built, that you get the strap on your wrist. It's actually yours.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, that's listen. There's if I would rather, I'll tell you what, I would rather spend, like, say your watch is worth the same as a Royal Oak. I understand what you say about, I don't care what the value retention of this is. This watch is mine. I had input into how it's built. It's built to my specifications. And that's like getting a custom made pair of handmade, hand fitted shoes to your feet. There's a lot of value in it because it's yours.
Do you think I genuinely care about the value retention of this particular watch?
No, but that's what I mean. What you care about is the value to you is that you had it input on being able to have something built to the way you want it, exactly how you want it, and you'll cherish that for the rest of your life.
But don't get me wrong. I initially fell in love with the watch just like it is, and then all the changes or the minor adjustments just came when I talked to the designer, and I had some idea. Well, first of all, the problem was it is a limited edition of 7 pieces, and I got the last one, and he told me you can do whatever you want, but you can't make the same just like I did with the previous 6.
Yeah. Well, you know what? There's a little bit of that, and almost like say when you want these people that have a Bugatti built, or these people that are that have a what is it, Pagani built.
Mhm.
You know, when you get into that level of craftsmanship, it's nice that you could, you are spending a lot of money on it, but actually you can have input as long as you're willing to wait. You can have input on how they build it, So when that thing is done, it's not only that it's a Pagani, but it's a Pagani custom built to your specs, or it's a, I think even Rolls Royce does it, where they give you so many options that they can build it to your specs, where it's uniquely yours, whether it's good or bad, or whether it holds the retention or not. To people that reach that level, it's worth it to them to pay for, because it's yours. You built it the way you want it. You had it built the way you want it. So there's value in that. I see the value in that. It's like having a custom built home, and you could design it and have it built exactly how you want it.
Yeah.
Some people it doesn't make sense, but to many people it does, man. It's still, hey, in this day and age of disposable everything, it's kind of nice that you still have the ability to do that nowadays, as long as you're willing to pay for it.
Exactly. Yes, and that is the point that I wanted to come to.
What is this that you're going to show me here?
That is just a variant of the watch that I have on order. So those are hot air balloons that are reaching over Cappadocia.
Can you close in on that a little bit, Jonathan? Can you get a little zoom in?
Sure. No, it doesn't.
That's all right.
Oh, here we go.
Wow, that's amazing. Now, is that what? Now, explain to me what am I looking at here? What are we looking at? Is that a hand painted dial, or is that, what is this?
Not only hand painted. So that is a so-called cloisonné dial. So Archie is misspelling it. He always says Khaleesi. So this is one of the famous Khaleesi dials. You may have heard the term.
Yeah, I've heard Khaleesi. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the right term is cloisonné. So what they do is they start with a dial, and they put those little
Jonathan,
gold.
How come there's no Darwin on this dial?
There is no Darwin, because this is a standard watch. But maybe you focus for a second on the dial. You can see those little golden borders.
It almost looks like when they make stained glass, and the border of the stained glass is lead. And I see what you're saying.
It is a similar concept, yes.
Yeah.
So those are all gold wires, and it is a flat wire that stands up. It is like a noodle.
Yes.
Like a flat noodle.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
And they're bending those gold wires by hand into shape. So those are all bent by hand.
And then what do they put in there? Is that enamel, baked enamel?
Enamel, yes. They put inside enamel powder, and then they bake it in an oven.
That's amazing. I mean, if people can't follow that, just imagine stained glass in a church, and every little different color that you see and stuff is separated by what. Yeah, I see what you mean, Jonathan. By if you took a linguine noodle and stood it up on its side, and now you have to bend it in that shape, and then after it's bent, you got to drop the powder in there, and then they got to bake it. I mean, you can't make a mistake with this. I can't imagine if you went through the amount of hours it takes to make this. And then the thing that you got to understand is you're doing this. It's all miniature.
Yeah.
So Jesus Christ, that's got to take a lot of hours to make that dial.
And if you fike it up, you start all over again.
Now, what's the center of your dial going to look like, Jonathan? Is there a motif to it or what?
Oh yes, there is a motif. 1 second. I'm trying to find this motif. And the first dial has cracked while printing, so they had to do it again.
Oh,
1
wow.
second. Let me try to find a picture of my dial. Where's my dial? Where's my dial? Here we go. Unfortunately, the artisans that do those dials have very limited skills of taking pictures. So the only picture that I have.
Jesus Christ! Even you get porn bomb. Look at this. That's insane.
Really? Okay. Yeah.
No, I see it in the chat. In the chat.
I blame you. You're attracting those people.
Everywhere I go, they send me porn.
Well. Okay. No, the moderators will take care of it.
Oh, so this is your dial, huh? What is
my
this?
dial.
The continents?
Yeah. So the dial is totally made up to my specifications because I had 3 requirements that are difficult to handle. When we were mined, how do you say?
Why? I don't imagine those 2 things going together. You and difficult.
I'm very difficult.
I could see.
Okay, so one of the requirements or one of the ideas that I had is, I said, okay, this is going to be very personal. So I would like to travel over that dial in my mind and have a highlight on the 3 places that are the most valuable, significant to me. So you see here 3 gold dots on
Yeah, I was
map.
just going to ask you. Yeah, I see it. One is in the water. One is by, what would that be there? Looks like Africa, and one is
Let's start at left.
Yeah.
The dot at left is where Hamburg is, where I spent most of the time in my life. So this is Hamburg. So this is me. The second dot is in the middle, more or less. That is where Hong Kong is, and Hong Kong is my second home.
Gotcha.
So that is Hong Kong. So the third dot is in the water, but it's not in the water.
On an island.
That is where the island of Bora Bora is, which is, in my opinion, the most beautiful place that I've never been on.
The most beautiful place you've never been on?
That I've ever been on.
Ever. Okay, yes, yeah, that makes more sense.
Very fortunate to be there already 3 times.
Wow.
And it's just beautiful.
So this is now when they're building this, do they send you like as it goes down in the building stages, do they just send you pics to update you on what they're working on the watch, or that's got to be pretty cool?
Yes and no. They send me a drawing, which I'm trying to find, but I can't find it here.
What's BCHH?
BCHH is the company that makes it. So BCHH stands for Benjamin Chi High Horology. Gotcha. Benjamin Chi is a collector and designer from Singapore, and he designed this particular watch that you've just seen in the different picture. So he's creating...
so that last picture, that's the actual going to be the case of your watch. Exactly, so the only thing and then the only thing that's going to be different is the dial with all the countries on it is kind of going to look like that. But then this is your dial that goes in the middle.
Exactly, yes. So that will be my totally custom-made dial, which nobody else has. And then the city ring that nobody else has, because I have certain cities that are significant to me.
Okay, I got you.
And then the highlight is on the case back. Let me show you that, because here I have the drawing. I found the drawing, so that you get an idea how that process is going. This is the drawing of the dial that I received, and of course we had to make minor changes. So that has been the painting of the dial sketch made by hand.
So all the borders, all the outline of all of this is just the gold wire. Is it gold wire on yours?
Yes.
So it's all gold wire, and then what do you you choose the colors that they fill it in, and
Yes.
and then those little gold dots are your 3 highlights that you
Mhm.
wanted on the watch.
Yes. And from this you can see, for example, here in the middle, this is those are the Himalaya mountains.
Yeah.
And you can see here the Alps. So I wanted to highlight some high mountains as well, which they did. And if we go back to the dial, have a look at the landmass here where Russia is. That is a big blob with nothing really there on.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to show you a picture of the final dial because they made something really nice. Look here, there is a lake now.
Oh
which
yeah,
hasn't been there.
Yeah.
And here is another lake.
Right.
So that is the Caspian Sea here, where the caviar is coming from.
Right.
And this is Lake Baikal, which is a very romantic lake in Russia, very deep, frozen for months. And I read some incredible story about Lake Baikal, and I wanted apologize. I wanted to have that lake also featured on my dial.
Super cool, man.
Now,
and how long has this process been going on?
Now for a year.
So who do you think is going to get their watch first, you or the rancher?
When is the rancher supposed to get his watch?
I have no idea. I just know that out of the watch community, you 2 guys are the only 2 guys that are having custom made watches. But I actually dig this because this is really unique. I mean, because the details that you're able to get from the watchmaker is unbelievable. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
So so just to reply.
So what do you? I mean, Jonathan, how do you? Yeah. So what is the process? Take me through the process from the beginning of who starts the concept. Do you approach this watchmaker and say, okay, I want to have something custom built, and then they start making mock-up drawings, and then you like spitball ideas back and forth, or what's the process from the beginning to the end? Well, obviously you can't tell me the end because you haven't gotten a watch yet, but to this point that you're at right now. So
first of all, let me reply to the question of Gentleman Masterclass. What brand is this custom watch from? The brand is called BCHH, Benjamin Chi High Horology, and it's built by Sven Andersen, who is a very famous independent watchmaker. I apologize. You see, sometimes super chats or questions are disturbing the flow of the discussion. One of the nice things here is that we're not always getting interrupted by super chats. Not that I appreciate the question, not that I don't appreciate the question, but in my opinion, that is one of the advantages of having a small channel.
Yeah, but it's good to acknowledge the chat too, or else
absolutely.
If you ignore them too long, they just you got to answer their questions. I don't consider that interruption. It's okay.
Okay,
we're not that important, Jonathan. The fans are.
So the process of this particular watch, I can tell you exactly. So I saw a picture of this particular watch on monochrome. I'm trying to pull up that picture. One second. I'm bad with multitasking, so
that's all right.
I'm trying to.
The only thing I have on the agenda when I'm done with you is going to a Costco. So believe me, I'm not looking forward to it.
We're doing far longer than usual, so thank you very much for joining me. So I saw this particular article, which was published in August of 2021, and I saw this watch and I immediately fell in love with it. Why did I fall in love with it? Because of the lugs.
Oh wow! Can I see that picture again with it on the wrist, if you don't mind?
You mean that?
No, the guy was wearing it on his wrist. Yeah, look at that. Now see, it's so cool when you see it on the wrist. It just gives you the full picture, you know.
Yeah. And funny is, this watch is 37 millimeters large. So we are all often mocking about lady-size Patek watches, which are 37. This is 37 millimeters, and it looks absolutely great and not too small.
But this thing's got nice hefty lugs on it, and it's scalloped nice, so it makes the watch look bigger on the wrist.
Yeah. So I totally loved those lugs, and I had to get this watch.
Oh, that's the back. Wow.
So 1 second. Yeah.
Now, where is this being manufactured? Where is this?
Geneva.
Oh, in Switzerland. Okay.
Yeah. In Geneva. The dial maker is in
look at the lugs on it. That's beautiful.
I've never seen so beautiful lugs. So
yeah, they're unique. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that I had to get it, and but I didn't have the money because I was just spending a ridiculous amount on 2 Micro Artist Studios Seiko watches. So then I talked to Mr. GMT, like we usually do when I have a problem, when I like a watch and I don't have enough money. And he said, okay, let's go through your collection and let's have a discussion which watches you can sell.
Jonathan, what is this on? Is this on a just traditional buckle?
Yes.
And the strap, what are your options when it comes to the
everything?
The strap? It's just the world is at your fingertips as far as what type of leather, what type of hide it's going to be, color.
But straps are easy. You know, you can get whatever you want. So the strap discussion is the easiest part because you tell the manufacturer what you want, and
what's the buckle look like on this one? Are they all typical?
It is just a normal Tang buckle.
I gotcha.
Unfortunately, there is no picture about that. Okay, so yeah, so first step was to get the finances ready. So I had to find a way how to finance that. So we put 2 or 3 watches on the chopping block, and while they were put on Chrono 24, I approached Benjamin Chi, the designer of the watch, BCHH, Benjamin Chi.
So you sold 2 watches to have enough to start this project.
To have enough firing powder to do that, yes.
And what to get a project like this off the ground for you? What do they ask? Do they ask for all the money up front, or do they ask for half, or how's that work?
50%.
50%. Okay.
50%. But I've been lucky to sell those watches that are on the block. So the watch has been fully paid since almost half a year.
So when it comes to the movement, do you have
1 second? Ben, if you're listening to this show, I hope that I'm right. I hope that I don't owe you a couple of thousand. So probably I'm not right, but I think the watch is more or less fully paid. Excuse me. Because Benjamin Chi sometimes listens to our shows.
Oh, hey, word up, Benjamin. Nice job on the watch. It's beautiful work. So when it comes to the movements, are they always the same for all the watches, or do you have any say-so on what the movement, how it's finished, what it looks like?
That is a very interesting point. So that is the movement that comes with this particular watch. It is from Anton Schild. It is an old watchmaker.
That's a clean looking. That's just totally clean looking.
Yeah. So this watch is a high quality watch which is exclusive to Sven Andersen. Have a look at that gear, for example. You can see here
what metal am I looking at here, John? Is this stainless? Is this just steel? What is it?
Movement parts are usually made out of brass because they're easy machine, and then they're rhodium or nickel coated.
Oh, okay. So they are coated with something. I got you.
Yes.
Now, what about the what do you call that? The winder, the counterbalance,
the rotor.
The rotor. There we go.
The rotor. It looks blue, doesn't it?
It sure. It almost looks like it's some type of either titanium or it's or a different coating on it. But I like the finishing on it. It's beautiful.
That is gold.
Oh, no kidding.
So what Sven Andersen, that is a specialty of Sven Andersen, is doing. You know that no watch company uses fine gold. Fine gold is too soft to work with.
Right.
So they're using gold alloys. So fine gold is always mixed up, melted with other metals.
Right.
So what they do here to make it possible that this rotor is getting blue and is gold, they take 28 karat of gold and then mix a certain amount of iron. And then they heat it up. And they heat it up to the point where this gold alloy turns blue.
So yeah, so it's because the iron, you get a blued finish out of iron and steel. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
But it's very difficult because if it just gets a little bit too much heat, it turns purple and then gray.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and the main problem is that little half circle. Because
what's amazing is that they're able to uniformly make it all the same color. Yeah, it's cool.
Exactly, because this little half circle heats up faster than the rotor.
Yeah, than the mass. Yeah.
So you have to be very careful to get a uniform way of color. So, but now that we are going custom, I told them, is it possible to have a different pattern on the rotor?
Jonathan, what is the case made out of? What metal?
That is platinum.
Platinum, yeah. Wow. So you're not playing around with this. You're going all in.
No, I'm trying to find the rotor because my rotor has a certain pattern, but I have to find the picture. Swiss had it. So it's all Swiss fault. Second, let me try to find the picture. I have to send it to me again and then. Yeah, so I changed the pattern of the rotor as well.
Oh, so yours isn't going to have this kind of pattern finished?
No, different pattern. Of course, while we are on it, you know.
Yeah.
So I like the pattern, but I liked a different pattern more. And I'm just going to show it to you. Because 4 weeks ago, when we were in Geneva, the boss of the company approached me and he told me, here we have 4 rotors and you can choose the one that you like best. How cool is that?
That's real cool.
So, and this is the rotor that I'm getting. 1 second. I have now so many open windows open, probably my computer will crash again very soon. So let me show you the rotor. Here,
hey,
that is the pattern of the rotor.
What's up, Pat? Oh, wow, that's beautiful. That's a mosaic type. That's nice.
Yes, Sven Andersen is using that pattern usually for dials, but they used that for the rotor. So that's going to be my rotor.
Very cool. So is this one of the patterns that he offers, or is this something you came up with?
He offers it, but for the dials. Not he never did it for a rotor.
So you saw the dial and you told him, "I'd like to have that on the.
Exactly.
I'd like to have that pattern on the rotor."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That's how it went.
So now, let me ask you something. What's going to happen when you finally, when they're done, you get this watch? Are you going to be on to the next project, or do you think that this is something that's going to fulfill your watch journey? I mean, is this a one and done or what?
Unfortunately not. I'm already working on another project.
You guys are all sick when you get into these watches, man.
Of course. It is a mental disease. Of course, yeah.
You know what's cool is the case is so clean, but then you start getting into the what do you call that? The city ring and the dial. It's just such a cool contrast. I like the lug. Yeah, you know, I got to tell you, Jonathan, out of everything on this watch, I like the lugs the best.
Me too.
The way the lugs are shaped and the way it conforms to the watch. That's what I like. The dial is, you know, the dial is amazing craftsmanship and stuff. But what really sets this watch off to me is these the way the lugs are shaped. They're just unique. I've never seen them on. I mean, it's not like I've searched one website after another for all these different watches, but the lugs are cool looking on it.
What I also like is the way they approached the color scheme on
the strap
watch.
sucks, but that strap is
Hey,
horrendous.
I chose this strap. I want that gray strap.
That's your problem. That's horrendous. I just
No
don't
problem.
like it. I don't like that pattern. I like the color. I don't like those that whatever that is. If it's a crocodile or alligator, I just don't like that pattern.
Look, the original OG, not OC, the original OG.
Isn't this Jamie's watch? Doesn't Jamie have one of these?
Exactly, that is Jamie's watch, yes.
Yeah.
And you can see Patek Philippe does it very colorful.
Yeah.
So of course we could have done it colorful.
The hands
but then
hideous.
It would be a copy.
Jonathan, the hands are hideous. Bring that back up.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The hands are hideous.
Don't tell Jamie.
I'll tell him they're hideous. I just don't that what would you call it? Now see the minute hand I don't mind, but the hour hand is am I saying that right? The big round thing that looks like a magnifying glass, that's hideous. To put that on that watch, I look at this and that's the first thing I notice, and it's hideous.
It has a purpose because it doesn't really interfere. So with a straight hour hand, you would cover a lot of the little maps underneath, and that is why
I got you. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's not so bothering. But I don't like this kind of hour hand as well, and I get in trouble because I criticize Urban Jürgens and also Kari Voutilainen for that, and then the watch connectors usually go after me. And
if they were so worried about being transparent so you could see the continents or see the map through the hour hand, they should have did the minute hand the same way. You know why they didn't? Because if you put two of them on there, it'd be double hideous. I don't like that at all. I don't like the shape of the minute hand either. I don't like it.
I agree with you.
It takes away from the beauty of the dial. They should have just put two very, very thin, nicely shaped like radius like that. I mean, to me, that goes with the dial. You know, when I'm looking at that watch, my eye catches the dial. I ignore the hands, but the hands are sculpted and nice.
Yeah.
That other thing, all I do is look at the hands and say, what was this guy thinking of?
But that is the work that Benjamin G is doing, because he's working on those little details. And he said it. We had him here on the show, and he said he wanted to make a watch that is better than a Patek Philippe watch.
Oh, that's cool. You had the now is he the actual builder or is he just the
No, he's the designer.
So you had the designer on your show. That's cool. That's nice. So I mean you can't get more input into a watch when you have the guy that's actually designing it on your show and stuff. It's gotta be that's gotta be quite a cool experience.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. And Ben is he thinks so many things through, and it's so enjoyable to talk to him because he understands when I have a little idea and I'm discussing it. Sometimes he thinks it's cool. Sometimes he says, not so good. But
I can see. You know what? The more I look at this, though, like I said, I like the color of the strap because it goes along with the inner ring.
Don't blow smoke now.
No, but I do like because the inner ring has got the color of the strap. I just don't like that pattern. I don't like it. It's just too blocky. Takes away from the watch, the beauty of the watch. That's really not the strap you're going to have. I know you're not.
No, it is. No joking. I'm not kidding.
That's the exact strap.
Yes.
Well, I would change it if I was you.
I tell you why I chose that strap, because that is exactly the watch that I fell in love with. That's how I saw it.
I don't like the blocky pattern in the alligator thing, and I don't like the stitching.
Yeah, we have people here.
It's too thick.
We had that strap discussion here on the channel and on other channels. Look, it is very easy to change a strap. It just
I know.
No problem.
Yeah, so the color of the strap is unique. It's beautiful. Yeah. I just don't like the pattern and what is that? Is that alligator or is that crocodile?
Alligator, yeah. And the cool thing is that
Well,
you can also,
lucky for you, we have a person in the watch community that makes custom straps out of any hide that you want.
who is that?
Lux Report.
Ah, yeah, he makes custom made as well. Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe approach him and maybe he has an idea.
I wish you had a picture of. I wish you had a picture of this watch with the. What is that called? The counter.
Alligator.
No, the rotor. I wish you had a picture of
the blue
your
gold
rotor
rotor?
on the watch. Yeah, on the watch.
Yeah, that. Well,
Yeah,
here you can see
that's
that.
gonna set off the back of the watch. Yeah, that was a good call to do that. I like that.
Yeah.
I can imagine with that rotor on there, that pattern. That's gonna really pop on there. Yeah, congratulations, man. That's like I'm into high-end fishing poles, and my dream is to have a master craftsman build me a high-end fishing pole exactly the way I want it, with the exact components that I want, exactly to my specs. That's a good. Hey, listen, that feels good when you could do that.
Look,
gives you a lot of satisfaction.
Yeah, it gives me very, very much of satisfaction. If you're checking here the comments are mostly against the gray, but some people, just like Patrick Philippe, saying gray is a very unique color.
I like the color. I like because it goes with your rotor, it goes with the ring. I like the color. I just don't like the pattern of the alligator on that strap you had pictured. I mean, to be honest.
Don't bring another field of discussion, because so far we only discussed the color. Now we're discussing the pattern, which then opens another can of worm.
Well, that's what I'm here to do, Jonathan. What'd you invite me here for? So shout out to Mr. GMT, Don, AD Never Calling, Patrick.
Yeah, we have here.
Patrick, if you noticed, you got your wrench back, my friend. It's a bad joke. Sorry that it happened, but we miss you and your soothing voice. You know who you should have Patrick on one day? He would be a great co-host with you, Jonathan.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I mean,
good idea.
He goes into real detail. He loves going into detail about. I was actually quite surprised how much. Well, as a matter of fact, Patrick was the guy that was on that day when we were looking at those at the movements. He knows all about movements. He knows how they're put together and jewels and all that stuff. He's a watch geek. He's a watch geek for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
A high horology geek, I should say. I'm sorry, not a watch geek, but he's a high horology guy.
I've never seen him on the comments, so I wonder how he found the channel.
Oh, he's you know what he collects too? He collects German-made clocks.
He makes clocks?
No, he collects. He has a collection of German-made clocks. And he knows all about the movements and all. Like I said, just put him in your data bank in your head. You would, if he ever wants to co-host with you, he'd make a great co-host, and he's got a great voice too.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, Patrick is always welcome to hop on.
All right, so I just want to make it clear again. I was on time. I came here 1 minute before Jonathan told me to come on. So we might have had a little mix-up with time zones, but I was on. He told me 3 o'clock. I was on backstage at 2:59. Just want to make that clear to everybody.
Yeah. It was all my fault, and the problem is when I'm on my iPad, if I skip to another tab, usually I'm getting booted out of StreamYard. So this is why I haven't checked. So.
It was funny. Like right after I got done talking to you. Maybe 5 minutes went by, and I got a slew of emails. I got the Trappers, I got yours, and then I got for some reason I got Palway's first above everybody. All 6 of his spams. It's quite interesting character when he.
So you did find my emails?
Yeah. That's how I got on. Yeah. Okay. Both of them. Yeah. They just must be delayed or something, because also Trappers in America. And I got his came through the same time yours did. You guys sent them both at the same time, so there must have been a little delay there for some reason. But it's okay. Hey, listen, we are you? No. Do you want to keep going, or what do you want to do?
Oh, whatever you want. If you have more questions, I'm happy to reply
my wife
to them.
Seems to be she's dressed and she was pacing back and forth. So hang on one second. I'm going to mute myself. Okay. Hold on. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm already pushing the limits.
So we are having here Mr. GMT back on in the chats, saying hello to everybody. Hello, Mr. GMT. Good to see you back here on your.
Jonathan, how about we go another 10 minutes and then I got to run.
Okay, sounds good.
Maybe hey, listen, if Patrick's still in the if you still want to keep your show going, if Patrick's in the comments and he's willing to come on, he'd be a great guy to have on. I know you don't. I know GMT doesn't add much to Watch Talk, really. I know more about watches than he does.
Well, but he was a welcome interference on our earlier stream, and I wish that he does that. Patrick Philippe, no offense to you, I've been talking now for 2.5 hours, and I'm not curly, and I'm not doing 11-hour streams. There are 24 people here in the panel. So you know what I'm doing as an exception. I'm posting the StreamYard link again, but I need at least 2 or 3 people here on the panel because my voice needs a break. Otherwise, I can't speak tomorrow. So if 2 more people join the panel, I will run this stream as long as you guys want. But with only 1 guest, I can't speak so long. So if some of you guys want to hop on, you're welcome. I just posted the link because 23 people. I don't know we ever had so many people before. So I'm happy to have then a couple of panel guests.
So we'll see if we could get that number up in the future. Like I said, I'll do my best to promote.
So
when you went, what Swis couldn't make it today, or
no Swis, you know, this is the time before Christmas, and Swis has a lot of things to do in his job. Additionally, he sometimes then meets with his family, and it's a Saturday night, so sometimes he has better things to do.
How do you like when this is my favorite time of the year, Jonathan? A lot of people don't like the holidays. I love them. It's my most favorite time of the year.
Look, I've just been walking through the city with all the beautiful lights, and I thought it's so fantastic. You know, we are focused on Christmas, but we don't realize how beautiful it looks. And after Christmas, all those lights are gone. So we should really enjoy this time with the beautiful decoration, with the lights, with everything.
I look forward to it because my daughter will be here in a week, and it's the most time that she spends with us, and that's what I love doing. There's a beautiful suburb that's close to me, and what they do is they have a contest for nativity scenes, you know, and we like rolling through there. You're right, the lights make a big difference at night, and when there's a little chill in the air, and you get your hot chocolate, and you take a walk around. It's a nice time that everybody finally settles down a little bit, slows down a little bit. And, you know, unfortunately, right after New Year's, it's back to the hustle and bustle, which sucks.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. So we have Mr. GMT here in the
do I still
Hello,
sound
Mr.
like
GMT.
shit? Do I still sound like shit?
No, you
Thank
sound
you
good.
very much.
Oh, okay, sweet.
Who sounds like shit?
Awesome.
Curly or me?
Me. Do I sound like shit?
No, your audio's good. You just sound like you're hungover.
I am fucking hungover. I'm feeling fucking shit. No, I feel like fucking dog shit, man. Holy fuck.
No offense to you, Mr. GMT, but I think you sound like shit. You're not in your studio. You're in the car.
Jonathan, this guy's been on here like 3 minutes. He's already like 5 curse words. You notice I haven't cursed hardly any.
I noticed that, but cursing is okay as long as you're not yelling to other panel members.
That's all right. That's all right. Hey, listen, like I said, I know how to put myself on the leash.
Hey, Kelly, just be your fucking self, bro. Relax, man.
I am myself. I could put a leash on myself sometimes when I have to.
Just relax, but just don't yell at anyone. That's all. Just enjoy the show. You know what? Higgins has got a very good sense of humor. Believe it or not.
Turn your volume down. Your volume's really high.
Oh, fucking shit. Can someone do it for me? Because I'm on my phone.
1 second. I tried to do that. I hope that I'm not kicking you off. 1 second.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, sure. So speak some words that I can adjust it.
Does still sound like shit?
No, now it sounds good. Sounds good now.
Okay, now you're good.
Sorry about that. Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't mean it. But this watch here, when Jonathan first showed me this gorgeous watch of his, but I do agree about the strap. He was contemplating on getting this watch, and I insisted that he actually did get it because I found it very unique and different and beautiful. And then, sure enough,
You know,
Jonathan.
polish, Jonathan. It does have a different depth than as if you were looking at stainless steel. It almost has a nickel type finish on it. It looks to me. So platinum is more.
That strap has to go.
I like the color. I don't like the pattern and the.
The color's nice, but it's too much. I think it's too much. You need something else to change it up a little bit, just to make the dial stand out. That's my opinion, anyway.
How about we make a fundraiser, and you can fund me any color that you want. I'm not going to promise that I'm going to wear.
Well, how much would it cost? How much would it cost to change it?
Look at you know what it is? The color is beautiful. I like the color, it matches the watch. But the problem is that between the pattern on the alligator and that stitching, I got to be honest.
I find it all blending in too much with the dial. It needs something else to make the dial pop a little bit more. It's just too much. It's too much of the same.
Can we just enjoy the beauty of this particular watch instead of having this crap watch color talk that we had already for months?
Yeah, but if I've got to mention it. If I don't, what did I come on for? Just
look, I disagree. I like the color, but the problem for me is the pattern of the alligator and the. Look at. Go to the front of it. Now, listen. The stitching reminds me of a boot, like a shoe. I don't like the stitching. It's not refined. For this watch, the stitching either needs to disappear or it needs to be much thinner and more refined. I just don't like the stitching. It makes it look cheap. In my
How about
opinion.
that one? Dark blue.
Oh, so now you're calling the watch cheap? Fuck.
No. It's the stitching. I don't like the stitching on it. It just the watch is. Look at the stitching. I mean, look at the back of the stitching. Look at that. If you're looking at the watch, you go to the left hand side. Look at the stitching. I mean, for me, the stitching either should be the same color as the strap, or it should be thinner and more refined. It doesn't. It looks. Compared to the watch, the watch is elegant and beautiful. The stitching makes it look crude. It's just crude.
So okay. First of all, we have been discussing the color of the strap. Now we are discussing the pattern of the strap. Now we are discussing the color of the stitching. Can you see that this is going nowhere?
Well, no, it's not that it's going. It's not that it's going nowhere. The stitching is the same from the gray strap to this. Now, see, this looks a lot nicer because the pattern is flat. So you got me there. You won me there. The pattern is gone and the strap looks nice. But then, the bad part of this configuration is the stitching looks crude. Look at it. It looks like it was stitched with a something that I tie a roast, and I'm gonna tie a roast up like a rump roast. I just don't like the stitching. It's crude.
Benjamin Chi, if you're watching that show, I apologize in advance.
Whoever's obviously Benjamin, somebody else must be making the strap because your design is elegant and beautiful, but the stitching makes it look crude.
Listen, some watches, that stitching goes with those watches, but not this watch. I agree with Curly on that. I do agree with Curly.
I mean, look at the dial on the wrist. Put it back on the wrist, Jonathan, please. Look at that. I mean, look at that dial. Look at the case. Look at the depth of the platinum. Look at the lugs. It's so beautiful. And then you got this piece of shit, cheap ass looking.
Now you're swearing.
Yeah, I'm getting upset now. I'm like, why? How does the guy? He's a designer. He designed such a beautiful thing, like I said, the color of the strap is beautiful. I don't like if it was smooth. If the strap was smooth, it would look beautiful. But then the problem is you got to get rid of that crude stitching. It's either got to be the same color as a strap, or maybe a darker color. So it's, I mean, look at it, Jonathan. It stands out too much. The white stitching stands out too much, and makes it look a little crude.
So you're trying to say it looks like fucking standing out like dog's balls? Is that what you're trying to say?
It's just, yeah, it doesn't match it doesn't match the class of the watch. Put it that way. To me, it doesn't.
We pretty much destroyed this fucking strap. I'm telling you.
We discussed now the design and the details of the watch and the movement and the case for 10 minutes.
Beautiful.
And now we are stuck on this bloody strap talk again for
hey, listen, that's a key part of the watch. It just doesn't match the elegance of the watch, in my opinion. And I'm crude.
I apologize to all the viewers that we're not better than any Perth luxury show where we had this strap discussion going on for hours without reaching any agreement.
So this is your stubbornness is going to stop you from. You're going to get the strap, aren't you?
Actually, yes, I got the strap. I was looking.
You already got it.
I was looking at Swis and I told him I'm getting this strap for the main purpose of pissing all those strap talkers off.
Why, hey, Jonathan? Why can't you get the stitching color changed?
I could.
You should.
I like it.
You like it? That white twine looking rump? I don't know. Okay, it's your watch. You can do what you want with it. Does everybody agree that the stitching is ugly or no?
No, nobody agrees on anything here. You know, you brought the strap talk, and you're dividing now the viewership here.
I'm not dividing nothing. I'm just giving my opinion.
Now the strap wars are breaking out again.
I'm going to Costco. Well, anyways, I'm going to leave you in good hands with Mr. GMT. Because I do have to go. It's already getting dark, and it's going to take us. I don't even think I'm going to make the Archie show. So,
okay.
Anyway,
so thank you very much for hopping on, Curly.
Yeah, no problem.
That you got the opportunity to ask some questions. You're welcome to.
No, hey, listen, Jonathan. I had no idea. That this is the first that I saw. I know you were having a watch built, but this is the first time I saw the example of what you're having built. It's beautiful. Like, congratulations on being able to, take this step in your watch journey. And I can't wait to see. You're going to have an unboxing, obviously, on your channel, but let us know when it is, because I definitely don't want to miss it when you get it. So
I'll present it on the dungeon if you let me.
You could present it in the dungeon anytime you want. Yeah, for sure.
That would be awesome.
I know you're going to present it on your channel first. Just let us know when you're going to do it, and I would love to see it here too. So
okay, sounds good.
All right,
so
I'll see
thank you very much for being
thanks
our
for
guest.
the invite. Sorry for being late, which I wasn't. Jonathan,
talk to you. Bye, Carly.
GMT, see you, GMT.
Hey, Kiss. Hey,
chat. See you, Patrick. Everybody in the chat, have a good weekend. We'll see you.
Stay sexy, my man. Look after yourself.
So there is a question.
Just like old times, all fucking's gonna go to shit now. You know this, right?
Yeah. I knew that this day would end badly, but I had no idea that it would be ending that badly. So, just one question by Biff Helms: horology watch sales slowing down in Germany? Not at all. We are just having a reopening of the Patek Philippe boutique here in Hamburg, so there is no sign of slowing down. Sorry for interrupting you, Mr. GMT.
No, that's all good. I'm just trying to balance my coffee. I'm trying to go.
Well, you certainly don't balance your audio because you're breaking up again. Mr. GMT?
Sorry, did I cut out?
Yeah, of course.
Normal. That's normal. That's good.
Which is
sorry about that. No. So what else has been happening? What have you been talking about? I saw the Patek. That looks beautiful. What else?
The Patek World Timer, you mean?
Yeah.
You like that better than my BCHH?
No. I like yours better. I told you this before. I wouldn't lie to you. I wouldn't change anything on it. Only the strap. The strap is pretty shit.
I'm really fascinated how fascinated you guys are in that strap talk, because that is just such a minor thing. But anyhow, it makes some interesting entertainment for everybody, I guess. That is the part.
Yeah, it does, man, and it's good to have a bit of controversy, a bit of disagreements on on certain things because, well, if we don't, we might as well, if we all agree on the same thing, how boring would that be? Yeah?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
We can't all agree on the same crap. And half the shit I don't agree with that you get anyway, and most of the shit that I do, you definitely don't agree on. I know that for a fact.
Oh, definitely, yes.
I understand that wholeheartedly. But you know what? That's life. And I've accepted it, and I know you have accepted it, so we can move on.
Well, I kind of approve with that Glashütte Original that you got, but only because I approve. But you should have gotten a Lange instead. You know that. But
I know.
Okay.
I know. Look, it's a way out of my price range, and I like to have a variety of different watches. So the Glashütte suits me. I was actually wearing it last night. I went to a Christmas party, and I really did enjoy wearing it. It was absolutely beautiful. And actually, I've got a grey strap that JJ gifted me. I've got a grey strap.
But you're advocating for anything than grey, and you're now admitting having a grey strap. What is wrong with you?
Yes, I do. And the funny thing is, it's a crocodile one too.
You know,
but I'm so full of shit. It's not funny.
Yeah. So, what color of stitching? Tell me.
I gotta have a look at it. 1 second. I can't remember, to be honest. Fuck. Because JJ sent it to me as a gift, and I put it on.
Okay.
Yeah, he gifted it to me. 1 second, because he had it sitting there, and he wasn't using it.
He was probably sending it over because he thought it's so ugly. So I'm going to gift it to Mr. GMT.
He probably sabotaging me, but no, he didn't. He wasn't using it. He said he wanted it to go to a good place. So
JJ was following that discussion, and he saw that I was the only one defending the grey, and he thought I can't do that, so I must get rid of it.
Actually, it's like grey stitching. It's like it all blends in together. You can't barely see the stitching. It's not. It's very
Yeah, there is a contrasting stitching or non-contrasting stitching.
Yeah,
I personally prefer a little bit of contrast, but I can understand when people say that blue crocodile strap with the white stitching is a little bit hard. You know what I really like is my friend Russ is doing that. He's having the stitching made in platinum or in rose gold, just like Vacheron makes on that limited platinum watch.
Can you bring that up?
I don't have pictures of this.
You don't? Okay.
1 second.
If you could, that would be good to see it.
Vacheron. What is the name of that Vacheron? Is it 1921? Guys, help me in the comments. The limited edition square watch.
Can I ask you a question? Where is Swis?
I think Swis is celebrating the pre-Christmas season with his family.
Oh, okay, nice, beautiful.
So Swis told me on Thursday that he can't make it, and I had the decision to make if I'm going solo, if I'm finding a co-host, or if there is no Swis Jon Show. So I decided.
AD Never Calling would be an awesome guest on your show. You should get in touch with him.
I agree. I didn't think of that. So here you see that Vacheron 1921, and that has platinum stitching here.
Yes.
So those are platinum weaves.
What? Is it the color of it? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is platinum. The stitching, that little silver stitching, that is platinum. That is a platinum weave.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow, man.
You didn't know that?
No. What? I don't know how
haven't I told you anything?
Listen, I've gone through a lot of shit in the last 6-7 months. So
that was before 6 months. We've been telling you that.
But I've forgotten everything. You know me. I'm completely fucked.
So you're a kind of 5-minute fly. So everything that happens.
I think I might have Alzheimer's, to be honest. But that's another conversation entirely.
Yeah. But this is platinum weave. Those straps cost like $1,000 as far as I know, because of the platinum weave. And there is a maker called Jean Rousseau, who
I know Jean Rousseau.
They make custom-made straps, and for us, they're making it in yellow gold weave or rose gold weave, whatever he wants.
Oh, beautiful!
Yeah,
that would be unreal.
Yeah, and Russ has so many watches that he never has to change the straps because he never wears wears off a strap, so he can afford doing that stitching.
Well, that's sensational. Yeah. Well, that's the beauty about having so many different watches. You don't need to worry about doing that sort of shit.
Yeah, he sent me pictures of his Langes, and every single watch has a strap with a matching weaving to the case color.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe
So,
I'm doing that with my world timer as well.
Why don't you? That's what I'm going to just about to suggest. Why don't you try and look at that option? So that'll be nice.
Yeah, when I'm getting back on my feet financially, then I could do that.
Well, after you got to get the watch first, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah, I hope that I'm getting it before Christmas, but Christmas is in 2 weeks, so my hopes are getting very, very low.
Doesn't matter. When you get it, and you'll enjoy it. That's all that matters. You know?
Look, I'm not a child. I have enough watches to play over Christmas, and it's no big deal if it's coming in the new year. Actually, I was telling the guys at Sven Andersen, if there is any watch that you really need to push forward because the customer is angry or upset, then just move my watch to a later point of time. I'm not the most important client for you, and if there is something that is high on the priority, just do it.
Oh, that's nice of you to offer that. You know, it's but I'm pretty sure.
I believe when you're working together, and I think you're the same. When you're working with genuine good people who know their crap, you don't rush them.
No, man. Look, you want perfection, you let it happen naturally. You want to rush it, it can go to shit. Trust me.
Yep.
Things happen that you don't want to happen. You know, so it's better off just letting them do it. When it gets done, it gets done. Simple as that.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, and. You know, during that process, now knowing all the people who are involved in this project, my respect for all those people has only grown bigger. So you don't rush friends or such great people who are so talented and so skilled. So you just let them do whatever is necessary, and the result will be amazing.
Correct. But yeah, I'm just gonna swap over 1 second. Just trying to find out.
Do you want to show me your doll collection now? Or?
Yes, I'm just about to do that.
So I have a second Mr. Sexy. Is that you? Oh. 1 second. Mr. GMT?
Yes, it's me.
Okay. Now you sound better.
Yeah, I sounded like dog shit before.
Yeah.
I wasn't planning on coming on, so but I thought, well, if I'm gonna come on, I might as well sound like shit. So let it be.
I think Curly has a hearing problem, or he was just polite.
Why before? Oh no,
because he said you don't sound like shit, which was a blatant lie.
It was a blatant. What the fuck?
Yeah, of course.
Are you serious? I sounded like shit. I thought I was the first time I ever come on with my phone.
Now you sound okay, but previously you sounded like shit, and I told you.
Oh, so now I just sound okay.
Yeah.
Just okay.
No. You sound good. I said good. I didn't say okay. Okay.
Yeah, you said no. You said now you sound okay.
Yes. Good.
Okay.
You sound good. No, not okay. Good.
I sound good. Okay. Okay, I sound good.
Okay, good.
I sound good or I sound okay? Which one is it? Make your mind up, for fuck's sakes. Holy shit, mate.
Okay.
You serious or what?
So
anyway,
I
thought I'd jump on, man. And to be honest, I'm going to, just say a few things. Look, I do apologize for a lot of things that have happened in the past. We have had our disagreements. I'm not going to get on with it. But, like I've said before, I do love your show. I do appreciate the knowledge that you give to everyone, you and Swis. And when I jumped on the dungeon and spoke about it, it was all in good intentions. It wasn't to bring you guys down or anything. I really do believe in your show. I'm just gonna say that.
I know, and thank you very much, and it's much appreciated. At the end, and I told you that 2 days ago. This show is your baby, and you're the father of this fat, ugly baby. So in the end, it's all your fault. You know that.
It is my fault, and like I said, I still believe in what you have is very special, because the things that you guys talk about, forget that I don't remember half the shit. All right, but the things that you do talk about and bring to the actual community itself is astounding, because you don't normally see that in most shows. So it's good to see. Yeah, just thought I'll say it.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the kind words. You know, we don't have those high standards. The concept of this show is and remains to give Swis and myself a room to talk, and some other people have the opportunity to listen. That is basically the concept of the show, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and that's what it was always intended to be. It was actually, well, like we said, the way you guys were on Tim's, I was, and the fun that we had on Tim's was so special for me, and I really wanted to continue that and keep it going, because you had a really good dynamic. Obviously, I came in and gave a bit of comedy relief, but it was just something special, and I'm going to be straight up. It has been missing the little bit of humor side of things on your show, as in the last how long I've been missing. So I just thought I'd say that.
Yeah, but nobody can truly replace you. And I always told you that you're an important and valuable asset to this show. You always said you're more disturbing than adding, but I always disagree with you. And yeah,
I don't know. Maybe that might be your opinion. Maybe you should ask your viewers. Maybe I might be fucking annoying. You know what I mean?
Are you ready for their honest opinion? I'm not sure if you're mentally prepared for that. So I'm not. I'm not sure if we should make a poll. Okay, guys, poll 1. If you think Mr. GMT is full of shit and he should piss off right now, or type 2 to say Mr. GMT can hop in every 6 months. Please type in 1 or 2.
Oh,
is that
God.
Okay for you, Mr. GMT?
That's fine by me, but I'm pretty sure you're going to see what I told you. They're going to say, get the fuck out of here and leave us the fuck alone.
Well, my finger is already over the banning button, so it's no problem with that. So I'm prepared for everything, you know.
We've got a 3. So hang on, what was number 1 again? Can you say that? Sorry, I forgot.
I don't remember that. I'm too old to remember that. Whatever.
So is 1 where I get kicked off, or is 2 when I get kicked off? Which one is it?
I have no idea. I will kick you off anyhow. No.
Fair enough.
So shit, can people in the comments write what I said with 1? I remember I said something with you being full of shit, but I don't know if that consequently gets you banned.
I don't know, but does it get me banned? What was 1?
That you're full of...
Oh, fucking hell, mate. This is gone. Your show's gone from technical information to complete dog shit, and I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, and the viewers, since Curly dropped, we dropped from 25 to 16 now. It's all your fault.
Yeah, because Archie started. Didn't Archie start?
Oh, that may be a reason why.
Archie started, man. They're not going to sit here and listen to us talk shit, man. They're going to go see Archie.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
that's how I see it. We've got a 1 and 2.
So are you getting a watch for Christmas, or are you done for this year?
I've been looking at a day date, and the one that my father-in-law used to own, and I was thinking of buying another one, because this dickhead just won't sell me his one.
Still?
Sorry?
Still, he doesn't. Still.
No, he doesn't budge. He's not budging. Sure. So I'm just thinking of maybe just buying another one.
Okay.
I've just had enough of playing around with this guy. And you know what? He's got every time I talk to him about it, he's always got a cheeky grin. Like he knows that I really want it. He just, very spiteful person.
Do you think he's the type of guy who enjoys just owning something that somebody else wants to have?
Probably. It looks that way. It looks that way. It looks that way because he doesn't wear it. He doesn't treat it with respect either.
Yeah.
That's it.
Has he replaced the bracelet now? Or?
Sorry?
Has he replaced the bracelet? Because
no, he hasn't done nothing to it. He's done nothing to it. You know, it just really upsets me. So I thought, well, stuff him. I'll just go and try and find another one and buy that. You know?
Yeah. But you know, the moment that you buy something else, then he comes around the corner and says, "Okay, I'm ready to sell."
And then I'm gonna have to sell the other one and buy that one. Fucking then I can't be stuck with two of this fuckers, man. Are you serious? Holy shit.
You have 2 wrists, so why not?
Oh yeah, we're 2 day dates. Have you ever seen anyone do that?
Well, you would be the first, and you would be not the only first. I would say, you know, you're bleaching parts of your body that nobody else.
I don't bleach. If I was bleaching, it's different. Bleach just leaves the hair there, and just bleaching makes the hair look different color. Just look a white color.
That I'm gonna get you started on that. So maybe we change the topic.
Yeah. Well, I want people to get it right when they're going to talk about it. They either say it's bleaching or it's lasering or it's waxing. But bleaching defeats the purpose of actually doing anything to your body.
Everything hurts and looks like shit.
No, bleaching doesn't hurt. Bleaching doesn't hurt. Waxing hurts and lasering hurts. Bleaching doesn't hurt. But you can ask
putting acid on your skin doesn't hurt? Come on.
Hey, it's not acid.
Well, bleaching is acid, isn't it?
No, it's not acid. Just change the color of your hairs.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Look, I'm going to have to ask my wife now, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. She's going to say, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?"
Yeah, exactly. Yes, we're on the dirty topic again. So we have Russell here. I think Russell is a very smart guy, and he has a great philosophy. You remember when Jay Gray called me out on my New Year's resolution? Have you watched that show?
No.
Because apparently at the beginning of 2022, I said no more watches, and I think I broke that New Year's resolution 3 weeks later.
Was I there for that?
Say it again?
Was I there? Was I there for that one?
When I made that resolution, yes. But Jay Gray just recalled me about my New Year's resolution just a couple of weeks ago, and I had to confess that I totally screwed that up. So Russ told me he's doing the New Year's resolution for the new year on December 31st. So his New Year's resolution for 2022 will be on 31st of December 2022. So, and just to make sure that he's not breaking it, he's doing that resolution in the afternoon, because maybe before noon he's going to buy another watch.
He can't help himself.
Yes.
Oh, that's a classic.
So,
oh, damn.
Yeah, so maybe my New Year's resolution was a little bit premature on 1st of January. Yes, he agrees, yes.
There you go. Perfectly. He's a smart man. I give him that.
Yeah. Russ, we need pictures of your watches with the platinum and with the gold stitching, because we've been talking about that. And
yeah, because you should get one, man. Seriously, if you find a nice one, get one.
That is true. But after that beautiful gray strap is being worn.
Oh, fucking that gray strap. We're going to get back to that fucking thing again. Jesus Christ. I told you that anyway, I don't want to get back into it. You're going to start getting my blood boiling. For fuck's sakes. Your watch is gorgeous. I told you that.
Everything gets your blood boiling. Come on.
It doesn't take much. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Exactly.
It doesn't take much. This watch, by the way, that we got on here is beautiful. Sorry?
Is your workload now a little bit less?
Yeah. That's why I've been jumping on the streams, because I've got less workload. But once it starts again, which will be in the next 4 months, I'll be back to working flat out again. I won't be able to jump on so much, but I'm enjoying it now that I can. So I'm jumping on as much as I can and enjoying the awesome people that I'm having a laugh with, which is great.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I just said it the other day. I have really great respect for you because you're handling basically 3 jobs, and I'm sure I couldn't even handle one of those jobs physically. So,
oh, thank you. Yeah, it does take a lot out of me, but I think it's because I'm so used to actually doing it. Do you know what I mean? It's just part of my life. You just make it happen. So yeah. But it is what it is. It's all good.
Yeah, but the problem is, you're running on substance.
Pretty much.
So
Pretty much.
You better watch out for yourself, because we all want you to reach a state where you can enjoy the fruits of your work.
That's why I've been buying watches this year. After I wasn't going to buy as many watches as I did, but this year after my father passed, I just saw life being too short, so I just went out and bought like a ridiculous amount of watches. So yeah, I've got too many.
Now you've got too many watches. So are you selling something?
Yeah, I'm going to sell my Mings. I've got the 2 Mings. I'm going to sell them.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to go. I don't really want to sell them, but because they're a big part of my watch journey, with the boys and that.
I'm surprised hearing that.
Yes, I'm surprised as well. I don't know. I was going to give each to one of my boys, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe if they don't sell, I don't sell them. I might just keep them. You know what I mean? So.
I just received my Ming Moon, which is.
What do you think?
Really nice.
What do you think?
It looks beautiful, actually.
You didn't actually. You haven't revealed it. Have you revealed it yet?
No, I haven't revealed it because I'll be honest. I'm gonna sell it because I have a big project coming on, and like always,
another watch. Another watch. Yes, what?
Absolutely.
You got another watch? This one?
No. so that is Russ Lange Tourbillon pour le Mérite, and you can see the yellow gold stitching.
Yep. Wow. So that looks. You know what? That watch. Oh my God, that is gorgeous. What a watch.
That is the first Lange Tourbillon. That is part of the first collection.
You can. It's got a vintage aesthetic to it. It looks gorgeous.
It's absolutely gorgeous. And just mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is. And that's what. Unbelievable, man. Gorgeous.
And it has the fusée chaîne as well.
Sorry,
that was the first time. That was the first time somebody made a fusée chaîne into a tourbillon.
Right now, this one here.
Yeah, that was the first collection of Lange and Söhne, and just like I said many times, you have to imagine that they started a watch company basically from scratch back in 1990, and they said right from the beginning, we're making better watches than Patek Philippe. In 1990, where the Holy Trinity still existed. And
so how did they actually manage to, like, it would be an awesome, how you see biography movies, like when they talk about I like comeback movies, right? So when people actually have comebacks, this would be an awesome movie to make about a company that was from back in World War II, was it? World War II?
Yeah.
After World War II. After World War II, and then they came back so many, how many years later, they actually came back and exploded in, not popularity only, and in craftsmanship. Like to be able to actually give you the craftsmanship that they're actually giving you is actually mind-blowing. Do you know what I mean? From being out of business for how many years and just doing this is just mind-blowing. And for me to see a movie like this, them making a movie like this would just be sensational to watch, to actually find out exactly how it happened.
I think you're right on the money. I think the history of just what happened with Lange and Söhne after maybe 1968 or when the wall came up, and the comeback would be a great story. And yeah, I totally agree with you.
Oh, it'd be a sensational story. Sensational. This would be one of the best movies to actually, as a comeback movie, it would be one of the best movies to actually ever watch. It'd be so sensational, mind-blowing to see.
And I can't help myself. I'm really getting triggered when people are calling Lange a Phoenix brand, because this is so unfair. The company has been stolen by the Soviets away from Mr. Lange.
But that's what I mean. If they make a movie like that and it explains what happened, it'll open a lot of people's eyes to exactly what happened with Lange. You know what I mean? And that's very important for their history as well.
Yeah. When I imagine when those people are talking about a Phoenix brand, I imagine them sitting on a table with Walter Lange, who doesn't live anymore. But if they could sit on a table and Walter Lange would be telling his story, they would never speak again about a Phoenix brand.
Yeah, I know. Yep, I agree. But you never know. Maybe down the road, maybe some crazy person, some producer or something decides, well, this would be a great movie to make.
Would be an absolutely fantastic idea. Yes.
Yeah. See, I'm not complete. I'm not a complete dumb shit. See that?
Well, not complete. There is still some hope with you, I would say. We never gave up the hope that you will reach a level of sanity where we can deal with it with you. How does that?
Fair enough. Damn, man, damn.
So, 1 second.
But anyway,
I'm going to pull up another picture from Russ. He just sent
have you got
all
his watches? Do you have all photos of all his watches?
No. He just sent me. He's watching the show and he just sent me 2 pictures of his watches.
Can I just tell you something, Russ? Mate, this is a gorgeous watch, man. Gorgeous watch. So happy for you.
I'm just about to say it gets more gorgeous, but you know what? That I'm a Lange guy, and there is nothing that you can hate on this Pour le Mérite. But now
depends what the straps like.
Another gorgeous watch, and Russ' collection is full of gorgeous watches. Have a look at that.
Oh my God!
That is a mono pusher in platinum, and it has the platinum weave.
That's gorgeous, huh? Look at it. The strap there, I don't really like the strap on this one.
You better discuss that with Russ. But I had strap discussions with him, and some of his color choices I didn't like. Just keep in mind that he has a couple of watches, so maybe to spice up the collection a little bit in terms of strap.
But if he's got so many watches, he can swap over the straps, can't he? Most of them will fit other watches. Yeah,
it all depends on the lux size, you know that. So not all the lux are the same. But I know that he has those easy change spring bars. So in theory, he could. Yes.
In reality, I don't know why all the companies from here on in make the leather straps with that easy bar. So you can just replace them easy on your own. It'll be such a great idea.
It is a great idea, but I'm German, and I'm always worried. And with those easy change straps, I'm always worried that I'm gonna lose the watch, because it can be easily released if I'm getting it caught somewhere. So I'm not really feeling comfortable with those easy change straps.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. But that's you all over. That's how you are. That's the way you're wired up.
That is my anxiety, yes.
You're wired up that way, man. You can't be changed. It's just Jonathan. That's how he is. Simple as that. But yeah. What do you want to do now? Do you want to keep going? Do you want to?
I have no idea. Do you have anything to talk about?
No, I said what I had to say. I jumped on. I showed my support like I used to, and spoke a bit of shit.
Yeah. So I'm sharing the link again. Maybe somebody more intelligent than you is willing to hop on.
Look, I'm not going to say what I'm going to say. Don't worry, I'll say it off stream. I don't want to scare your viewers completely off. All right.
Okay. So yeah, I posted the link again. So this is now 3 hours and 15 minutes. This is almost horology dungeon level.
What have you been going on for? I didn't even realize that's how long you've been going for.
Look,
fuck! You're getting jealous of the dungeon. You want to be like the second dungeon, mate.
Yeah, in the first place, I screwed it up because I told Curly at the wrong time, so I had to make a monologue.
No, you told him the wrong time. Fuck.
Yeah. So
That's
he hopped
unreal.
on 1 hour later than planned.
Yeah.
So you have the feeling then when your panties are getting a little bit wet because you have nothing to say and you have no guests and you're live on YouTube and 20 people are watching.
Yeah. Oh, you did it right for going on 3 hours. I can't believe you held it going for 3 hours. That's impressive.
Yeah. So
unreal.
yeah. And then he hopped on, and then you hopped on. So let's see where this takes us. England is out now of the World Cup.
Yes, I said France was going to win. Oops, shouldn't that loud.
We have a lot of UK viewers, and be careful with those predictions.
I know. I just shouldn't have said it out loud. I'm going to get attacked.
You're going to miss a lot. Maybe we can wind back and you say again that you were sure that England would win.
I was sure that England was going to lose. I just had a feeling. It's not got nothing against England because I'm English myself. I was born in England, but I had a feeling that England was going to lose for some reason.
Do you remember that old joke that my French friend told me?
I don't remember what I did yesterday. Do you want me to remember now? Fucking hell.
So you know what the national mascot is for France? You know that?
You did tell me once, I remember.
It's a rooster.
Yes, that's right. You did tell me that.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know why?
No, I don't know why. You told me that too. I forgot that too.
Yeah. So this is insulting against French, but it comes from a French guy. So it's not from me. So not that people are saying Jonathan is a French hater.
Well, I'm glad that you cleared all that up.
Yeah, exactly. So the rooster is the national mascot of France because he is singing even though he's standing with both feet in the shit. Nobody's laughing.
Was this guy on fucking drugs when he fucking decided to do that?
Well, you can see on all the jerseys and everywhere you can see that rooster, that bloody thing. Well, I like the rooster when he.
I like the rooster too, but what the fuck?
Yeah.
Was he high?
I have no idea what happened.
Must have been high.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Probably.
Congratulations to France for winning. That's awesome to hear.
Yeah, you knew that they are gonna win. And
yeah, because last night I went out to we had Christmas dinner with and one of my friends that I went Christmas dinner with, he's actually French. Mm-hmm. And because I like supporting my friends, I said, well, I hope they win. It would be nice if they win. I've got a good feeling they'll win. And he goes, oh, I don't know. I said, mate, just be positive. And sure enough, they won. There you go.
Okay.
Awesome.
I thought the only way that you're positive is with a COVID test, but anyhow.
I've never had COVID. Thank God for that.
Not me as well. Have you heard that Mrs. Higgins got COVID?
Yes. You told me we were. I think we were at the time we were talking. So you did tell me that.
Okay.
And I actually remember it.
Okay. You remember one thing that is more than 100.
I can't believe I remember it, but yeah, I do remember it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So
fucking astonishing that I actually remembered it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised about that too. So 1 second, let me pull another watch. That now it's always so. So Russ is now in the groove and he's bragging with his watches. So, and I'm just polite. I'm not really overly fascinated about these watches. So
bullshit.
Just between you and me.
Yeah, sure. That's not a jewel cock, is it?
A jewel cock? You mean a double cock?
Double cock, sorry. Double cock.
No. There's no double cock. There is only one cock.
Yeah, there's only one cock.
And it's an engraved cock. It's a GMT.
I can see that.
And if you had any idea about watches, you would see.
I got no fucking idea about watches. That's your fucking department.
What kind of watch we are seeing? We are seeing the Zeitwerk.
Is this a Zeitwerk?
Yeah, this is the fat guy with the t-shirt. You know that?
I love that watch. I told you. Remember when I told you what my favorite Lange was and you fucking ripped me a new asshole?
I hate it. But there is one reason.
Yep.
There's one reason not to hate it. Continue.
No, that was my favorite Lange, and I remember we were on a back stream, and I go, you know which one I like? I like this one, and I brought it up, and they go, you like the Zeitwerk? What the hell's wrong with you? And everybody on that after show ripped me a new fucking asshole. And you know what? Now everybody that said that to me, except Jonathan, liked the fucking Zeitwerk, and now I'm looking like I knew something, I predicted something. So
yeah. Usually you look like a total moron, I would say.
Well, that's just my character.
I'm glad that you didn't say that is your shtick. So 1 second.
Hey, look, if they reckon if you do something well, you got to keep to it. So if you look like a moron and you're good at it, just stick to it.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind whenever I look like a moron. Okay.
Yeah, just go with it. But if you look like a moron, you go with it, and if you go with it, then everyone thinks it's normal.
Have a look at this. So to all the haters that who say the Lange Zeitwerk is looking like a fat guy in a t-shirt, I found this. This is an article that shows the prototype and the final product. And I hope, Mr. GMT, you can agree that the fat guy with the t-shirt looks much better than the initial plan.
Yes, it does. So which one's which?
Well, no, I'm giving up hope. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for my guest. We couldn't get any better guests, so I just have to keep on going with him. So, yeah.
Now you're fucking stuck with me, mate. You know when else wants to jump on, they're not fucking crazy enough.
Please, guys, save me. Voulez-vous, please hop on and help me out.
Okay, no, keep going. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I think everybody who sees those two drawings will agree that the fat guy with the t-shirt looks much better than the initial thing.
Oh man, I like them both regardless. I don't care. I like them both. But you are right.
Okay.
Definitely are right. I like them both. I've always liked the Zeitwerk.
Yeah, I'm warming up to it, but only because Russ.
I'm surprised, man, because you ripped me a new one. Like you were telling me what the fuck's wrong with me. You like the most ugliest fucking Lange that there is out there. I can't help myself. I like what I like.
Look, you said something. Actually, for a change, you said something smart. You said that Lange is catching up in popularity. You said that half an hour ago. And I wanted to address to that, but then you were talking different shit, so I didn't.
Okay, well, you want to address it now?
Yes. Now that it's gone forever. So you said Lange is catching up in popularity, and I agree with you. Popularity is increasing since in the last 2 years or so. They always made outstanding products, but the popularity has now increased in the last 2-3 years. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%.
Do you remember
I've noticed from just a year how much it's gone more popular in a year. Let alone when we first started talking about it.
Do you remember when I was the annoying?
Hang on, wait a minute. Think about what you're just about to ask me. Do I fucking remember? I told you I don't remember shit.
But maybe you remember that I was the annoying Lange guy. Everybody was laughing at me because I said, "Oh, the Langes are so much better than Patek Philippe," and I'm pretty sure behind my back, everybody said, "This guy is totally ridiculous. What is he talking about?"
They still say that behind your back.
Okay.
Okay. Nothing's changed, right?
Can you send me the recordings?
No. I don't do that to my friends.
So Russ also says I'm still bloody annoying. Okay, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe I should.
You or me?
I have no idea. I think we both. You know, Russ is very sophisticated. I think last week I said something that offended him, and he just thought, "What are you talking about?"
That doesn't surprise me with you, Jonathan. You really know how to.
It doesn't surprise. You know, I'm happy when Mrs. Higgins is not yelling more than 10 times a day with me. So, what do you expect?
Only 10? Fuck, you're lucky.
Yeah, I had a good day when she's only yelling 10 times.
Oh, that's a good day. Oh, yeah, I can just imagine a bad day.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
But she was now on vacation without me, and that was good for both of us.
Is she gone? Is she back? What's going on?
No, she's back. She's back. Unfortunately, no, yeah, fortunately, she's.
What do you mean? Unfortunately, she's your fucking wife, man. For fuck's sakes, you might as well not be married. For God's sakes,
I'm the stuttering moron. You know that.
Jesus, mate. I hope she watches this so she can rip you a new one when you get off the stream. I'll tell you right now.
You know, we have to write it out for another 1.5 hours. Maybe she's asleep, and then it's not going to be that bad.
Mate, if she watches this fucking stream back, she's going to think you're on drugs. Oh, there, look.
You know, Mr. GMT, every time you're hopping on, I'm in trouble with my wife. Why is that?
You're the one who opened your fucking mouth to begin with, not me. You started fucking having a go at your wife. I didn't mention your wife at all.
You asked me if she's back or not.
Well, I asked you if the lady was back. I didn't ask you to get technical about shit.
I'm always getting technical. I'm German.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Fuck.
Yeah.
Sometimes that could be good, and sometimes it can be bad. Fuck, I'll tell you right now.
Well,
poor thing. Sorry, look, good? I had nothing to do with that, Mrs. Higgins. I really do apologize about that. That's all your husband's fault. So when he gets off, you know what to do.
that is a very good move. You know, now put all the blame on me.
Well, listen, I'm already in shit with your wife anyway, so I might as well try and clear shit up before she gets even worse. So I don't want to get into any more shit.
Because usually she tells me she falls asleep when she's listening to the Swis Jon Show. Now you energized me, and you brought me trouble.
That's not my fault.
Of course, it's your fault.
It's not my fault. You're fucking boring.
I could have finished this show 2 hours ago.
But you're fucking boring.
Well,
but that's what happens. You say now she's awake.
Yeah,
that's not my fault.
What I'm gonna do now?
You're gonna get off the stream and get your ass raped.
I'd rather be on the stream with you.
No, I can't wait till you get off, because I've seen the angry side of your wife, and I've seen how angry she gets. So you know what? I'm gonna have a good laugh.
Yeah, so tell me, getting a spanking by Mrs. Higgins or listening to Curly and Knock for 2 hours yelling at each other?
I'll go Curly and Knock any day. Any day, mate. I'm scared of your wife. Yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
That is more relaxing. You sound like Tim Wright, actually.
Who does?
Because he got his ass ripped by Mrs. Higgins. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah. I think
she was very mellow to you.
To me, I don't know. Was she? I don't know. But see, I don't argue with people. I just let them say what they got to say and move on.
And then go to the corner and cry.
Sorry, my little girl just came on in the studio. Sorry about that. She's showing me she put some lipstick on. She's showing me it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that, but yeah, no, she's gone now. She just wanted to show me she's out. She's in and out, my little girl. But sorry.
GMT, would you like to share the most embarrassing moment for you on YouTube in the last week?
What was that?
Well, we had a discussion on the dungeon about your doll collection.
They're not fucking dolls.
They are dolls, and they pulled
They're not dolls. They're dolls for girls. Action figure for fucking boys. It even says it in the article. Did you hear that?
In the article,
it says they were named action figures for boys. Dolls are for girls.
No, dolls for boys.
No, it wasn't doll for boys. Go back to the article and have a look.
No, you're changing history. 1 second.
Go back to the article. They named it action figures for boys. So the action figures, the ones that I've got are action figures, all right?
Oh, those are dolls. Okay.
No, they're action figures. The dolls are for girls. It even says it in the article.
You wanted the embarrassment. Now you get it. Okay.
No, you were here. Bring the article up. Bring the article up and read it out. Read it out so everyone can hear it.
Okay. So I asked Google, are action figures dolls? And they say the only difference is that dolls denotes to all types of dolls, while action figures denotes a specific kind of doll. So they say...
There you go. See, I've got action figures. I don't have dolls. There you go. It says it right there.
They say all action figures are dolls.
Yeah, but the specific ones are for action figures are for boys. There you go. There. I've got those ones.
Gay boys.
Huh?
What? How about gay boys?
There's no... Now you're going to have a go at gays? I didn't think you were like that.
So how is it when gay boys are playing with dolls?
What are you talking about now?
No,
are you thinking about what the fuck you're talking about? It doesn't make sense what you're talking about.
Yeah, I agree with you. So,
but you want to get yourself shut down or what?
Actually, yeah, probably yes. That would be the best for this car crash off the street, probably.
Fucking hell, you really want to get yourself... Now you're showing this shit, and I told you they're action figures, for fuck's sakes.
No, they are dolls.
They're action figures, for fuck's sakes. Now look, how many views we got? One left?
No, 16. It says...
I see 16 people are watching us fucking argue about action figures and dolls. Are you serious?
Is that dolls denotes all types of dolls, while action figures denotes a specific kind of doll. How
yeah, exactly. It's an action figure.
No, it's a doll.
It's an action figure.
It's
a specific kind of doll. They call it an action figure. It's not called a doll. That's why they call them action figures.
Do you remember when you told
me?
Oh,
it's for retards that don't know how to call it an action figure and they call it a doll. Like yourself.
Do you remember when you told me the difference between an action figure and a doll?
Yes, it's points of articulation as well. A doll doesn't have the points of articulation.
No, you said the action figure can bend his arm. That is what you...
Yeah, it's points of articulation. That's what that means, you dumb...
What is that point of articulation? What is that?
See, that's a term... fucking I'm giving up. Fuck this shit. I've had enough. Now my fucking blood is boiling. You know what, Mrs. H? I hope you're ripping my fucking new one because he deserves it. Fuck him.
Okay, Russ is here for the watches. Great watch talk here.
Yeah, no, fucking hell, mate. See what you done now?
Yeah, but Russ,
you're freaking everyone out.
You know, Mr. GMT, did you really expect any kind of watch talk here?
No, not really.
And I was smart enough to bring the topic to dolls just to prove that I'm right again.
Just out of curiosity.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. I'm not going to say it. Fuck it. Change the topic.
Okay. I have nothing to say. So you say whatever you want.
I'm not going to say shit. I'm not saying shit. I'm not saying nothing.
Okay.
I'm not going to say nothing. Not on air anyway. Not to freak everyone out.
Okay.
See, look. Voulez-vous, I love you. Look what she said.
She's just blowing smoke on your ass.
Oh, here we go again. The blowing smoke up my fucking ass shit. I said that to ER once, and you fucking lost your shit.
I didn't lose my shit. I'm always cool.
You said to me, I can't believe you just said that to her. I said, what?
That was so embarrassing. I can tell you.
See?
You know, those were the first two words that you said to her. I mean, how embarrassing must somebody be?
Well, listen, she's an open-minded lady. I said to her,
a VIP with a rich, sophisticated lady, and you're talking about her ass.
Did you? Yeah, because I said I wasn't going to blow smoke up her ass, which means I'm not going to talk shit. I'm going to say the honest truth that's coming from my heart.
But you don't
it's just another term of saying that.
When you meet a high profile,
you know the worst thing actually, blowing smoke up your ass was actually not so bad. The other night I actually completely fucked up on the dungeon, and I said that was it Voulez-vous? I can't remember. Or Laura? I can't remember which one it was. Might have been Voulez-vous. I think it was Voulez-vous. That she was the lady of the night, and I didn't mean it in that way.
Oh my god!
I completely fucked it up. I felt so embarrassed. I was meaning that she's a very special person for the channel, and it completely came out the wrong way, and I looked like a complete moron, which is not far from what I really am. So it was just very embarrassing for me.
Yeah, but why do you always do that? I mean, those are women. They have feelings.
Listen, this is Mr. GMT here, right? I do shit that normal people don't do, and say shit that normal people don't say. All right.
And ask when people should shut their mouth. Yeah.
I just can't shut my mouth.
Yeah.
It just happens. It's just the way I am.
I agree the first time this evening with you.
Well, thank God for that. Fuck. At least we're on something, same page for something.
Lady of the night?
That's shit! Don't have to go back there for fuck's sakes!
Because I can't believe it. I mean, I'm crap with English, so I could say something stupid like that. What is the reason?
It was embarrassing, man, because look what I was trying to say. She's the lady of the, you know, of the watch community, the special lady, you know, I didn't mean it, and because it was evening, I said night.
The lady of the watch community.
Hey,
why
listen,
did you have to say lady of
because
the
she's
night?
special. There's not a lot of ladies that are in the watch community, and she's one of them, and she's special. That's what I was trying to say, and it came out fucking wrong. That's what I got to say.
Why does it come out fucking wrong?
Because I'm a fucking complete moron sometimes. Actually, a lot of times, but it's beside the point. All right.
Mr. GMT.
I'm telling you, you've gone over 3.5 hours. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're still going.
Mr. GMT, I tell you what, if you call Mrs. Higgins Lady of the Night, that
I would never do that to her because she'll rip me a new one. I'm done.
The cruise missiles from Germany would be flying immediately.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wouldn't say that. It was an accident. I don't completely going around calling every woman the Lady of the Night. It was a one-off thing, man. It was an accident.
It was a Mr. GMT accident. This shit only happens to you. Why is that? We just established that I fuck shit up sometimes, man. It's normal. You should stop playing with dolls.
Listen, they're not fucking. Don't go back to the doll fucking situation again, all right? And they're not fucking dolls. To me, they're action figures. You can call them whatever the fuck you want.
I think you only enjoy those action figures because you have one action figure in a very tight miniskirt, if I remember that.
I've got a lot of tight miniskirt action figures.
You have tight miniskirts? Oh, that is something.
Not me. The action figures do.
So how many?
At the moment, I'm not even wearing any pants. It's beside the point.
Oh my god! Here we go again.
It's just normal.
So, Mr. GMT of the night.
No, it's fucking morning here. There's no night here.
So what
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you doing here then in the morning? Shouldn't you sleeping or?
Well, I woke up. I couldn't sleep, and then I fell asleep on the couch. My beautiful wife has got a problem and she snores. I love her to death, but she snores. So
is it horrible when they're snoring?
And I don't snore, huh?
Yeah, but when the wife starts snoring.
Yeah, I went on the couch. I didn't want to bother her because I love her so much. So I went in late, and yeah. And then I woke up and I saw your show was on, so I started watching.
You know, when Mrs. Higgins is snoring, I'm thinking of all kind of pillows that I could put over her head. But the problem is then if she's dying,
That's what I've been thinking about as well. You're saying this on live stream. Are you thinking about what you're saying?
Oh,
she's watching. My wife doesn't know watching, man.
Oh shit. No, that was Mr. GG who mentioned the pillow. That was not me.
I didn't say nothing about pillow. You're the one who wants to kill your wife, not me.
Of course you have. Wind back and just listen to the shit that you've been talking about.
I didn't say anything about pillow.
Of course you had.
You're the one who said about pillow. Stuff. Stop talking shit, Jonathan. Anyway. Okay. Oh, Nark's here too. Fuck, we got Nark here. Oh, holy shit.
Yeah. You know, Nark had the idea to hop on when Curly is there, just like a sidekick that you did with Swis and me. But I said no, thank you, because I didn't want this to become a yelling match.
It would have been out of control here.
Yeah. You know, it's bad that I have you here, but the Nark, please not.
He's another level again, Nark, but I love him. He's got a really good heart. He really does. He's a good man. Seriously, jokes aside, he's a really good person.
Yeah, Mr. GMT, Mrs. Higgins is upset with you again.
How do you know it's with me? She's just got an emoji there. It could be to you because you weren't talking about pillows, man.
It must be you.
For fuck's sake, blame me. I didn't say nothing about pillows. He did.
You started.
All I've got to say is I'm giving you some word of advice. Is just keep one eye open, Mrs. Higgins. One eye open, I promise you, because this guy's fucking nuts. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Should we really allow Nark to come on?
Let him come on.
Well, Curly is away, so he can only yell at you and me.
No, he won't yell. He's pretty good. Have you got? Is there a link there? Oh, you dropped the link. I don't even know if he'll come on. He probably won't come on.
You know, when Curly is yelling with him and he's yelling back, I'm getting migraine instantly.
Oh man, it's fucking fun. It's hilarious, man. Especially when Curly gets really angry. Holy fuck, so funny.
No, when I listen to them, I'm considering ending my life because
or your wife's by the sounds of it with the pillow.
Yeah, probably yes.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. He's not going to jump on. Narc's not going to jump on.
Is he shy?
Yeah, he is shy. He doesn't feel comfortable jumping on other shows. He's a bit of a soft cock.
Did you have to mention the cock again?
Oh no, I'm just saying the truth.
I mean, you were behaved now for 5 minutes, and now you're starting this again.
Were we talking when I bought the glasuta? No, we weren't. Were we?
We were, yes, but you forgot. Doesn't matter. So what do you want to say?
I was just wondering. I wasn't sure if I actually told you that I bought the glasuta.
Yes, glasuta original Panomatic.
Luna.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you told me.
I got it right. Yeah. See that?
Yeah.
I always fuck it up when I say that. It's a bit of a tongue twister for me.
Yeah, well, at least you spell glashütte correctly. So, by the way, here Russ sent me a picture of the movement of this tourbillon pour le mérite.
That's beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah.
Holy.
What do you
fuck.
see? What catches your eyes? Some watch knowledge here.
Catches my eye. The way it's just done.
Mm-hmm.
Especially here, you know how they've done it here with the down the bottom end section there. Yeah, where you got your down here.
1 second. I mean here, that one.
Or
that
the
is the
engraving.
cock. Yes, say it.
Yes.
Say it. Then
I wanted to say it, yes, but I didn't want to look like a complete moron. Yes, the cock.
Yeah, that is the cock. Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite part.
And it's engraved, and there is micro perlage. You barely.
Yeah, that's what I like. That's what caught my eye.
Yeah. So what catches my eye, because I am a watch connoisseur, is here on the top. That is a chain. That is fusée chaîne, and that
I
is.
can barely see the fucking thing. How can you see it?
I can see it. I know that it's there. Are you blind? This is a chain.
It doesn't look like a chain to me. What sort of fucking chain is that?
Those are two little chain links that you can see.
Are they?
That is the mainspring barrel here. Over there.
Oh no, the mainspring barrel. I can see that, but I'm just saying the chains. I can't see no chains there. Is that an actual chain? Is that a chain?
There is a chain wrapped around the mainspring barrel. Can you see that here?
Yeah, I can see the mainspring barrel. Yeah, I can see it there. Yeah.
And there is a chain wrapped around it.
Oh, now I see it. Yes, now I see it. Yeah,
now you see it. Look here. Now it comes to the true expert. So yes. So that is fusée and chain.
Yeah, but when say for someone like me, right? Or some normal person, not you, Jonathan, because you are more. If we look at it,
what is that?
Anyway, some person that's not a watch connoisseur, right? Like you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Why would our eye go to that? It wouldn't,
go
right?
To where?
To where the chain is. It wouldn't. It would go where the cock is.
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't that true?
Well, I know that you're focused on cocks, but maybe you're sometimes focused on details of high horology. And Russ points out some other detail. Here's a diamond capstone. Usually that is a ruby capstone, but Lange is using a diamond capstone.
Is it real like?
I think it's a real
mined
diamond.
Or manufactured in house.
I think it's a mined one. It's very tiny. So I think it's a mined one.
Because they make them now in house, right? In the man-made diamonds.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
which is actually a lot cheaper than normal diamonds.
They are, yes, but they're a little bit less romantic, I would say.
How would you know, man? You look at the fucking diamond. In reality, they all look the same. Fuck.
Yeah, but
naked eye, you can't tell shit.
It is the same, just like a pair of hand-stitched shoes versus a pair of machine-made shoes that you give to your wife.
Yeah, but that's different because you can feel the comfort in both different styles. This here, you can't feel shit.
Yeah, but the whole point of diamonds is not only how they look; it is how rare they are in a certain quality.
I think they've destroyed the actual diamond manufacturing process because, as in the mining, because now that you can get the man-made ones, it just kills the whole industry. I think it's the worst thing they've ever done. personally.
Let's see how that goes. I find synthetic diamond very unromantic.
You can't really tell, man. I've had a look at both. Fucking naked eye, you can't tell shit.
You can't tell, and the man-made diamonds are more perfect than the natural ones, actually. Yes.
Yeah, but not when you're looking at not when you're looking at straight up. See, when you got an imperfection, say you know how you got the different grades. That if you look at it, like before these man-made ones are done, when you get the different grades of diamond, and you look at it, the imperfections, sometimes you can see it. You can see a little bit of yellow. You can see a little bit, the imperfections. Now that what they've done is the way that they've done it, it doesn't matter anymore. It just doesn't matter.
Well, the man-made can be done in any color that you want.
Yes, that's right. Any color you want. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's just killed the whole industry, man. Personally, I
still find those man-mades very unromantic. I like nature, just like everything.
You like it natural, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
Now you say boobs. I'm not saying boobs. You're saying boobs now.
Hey, I didn't say nothing. You said it.
I knew that you wanted to say it, but you were hesitant of saying it.
Listen, I didn't want to go there. You went there. We got ladies here, beautiful ladies in the chat. If they're still here, now you probably fucking scared them off.
Do the ladies have boobs or not?
What do you think they've got?
Well, what kind of argument is that? Yes, we have ladies here. You were talking about boobs.
You're the one who brought the boobs up.
You said natural.
I didn't say anything about boobs.
Well, I knew that you were thinking about boobs. I was just voicing your thoughts.
Jonathan, just voice your own thoughts. How's that? Don't fucking voice my thoughts. Let me voice my own fucking thoughts, all right?
Okay. Well, you said fucking.
How's that sound?
Okay. So, Danger Will Robinson. Hey, John, Coke or Pepsi? Are we talking about GMT Masters or drinks?
Yeah, must be. Oh, maybe drinks. Yeah, true. Yeah, which one? I like Coke, if we're talking about soft drinks.
I like Coke as well. Since they invented Zero, I really like Coke. Yeah.
Yeah, Zero's nice. I drink a lot of Zero. I don't mind it. I don't mind normal Coke too. Depends what I feel like. Ladies and gentlemen.
So about GMT Masters, none of them. So one second, I was just about to pull the boob comment. So Gentleman Robinson, hey John, Coke or Pepsi? None of them. You know that I have this GMT Master. What I currently prefer is all black on a GMT Master.
What?
Yes.
Now you're fucking kidding me, right?
No, I'm serious. Because I've been looking so much now on Pepsis. I enjoy the change.
But that's what I've got.
Yeah, but you have a ceramic one, and I have the vintage one.
Fuck the vintage one, piece of shit.
No, it's not. I wouldn't be that. 1 second.
No, I like the vintage one too. I like the vintage one. Did you get a vintage one? Did you?
I didn't get a vintage one. I have that for, I don't know, 15 years or something.
Oh, so you just got it. Okay, fair enough.
15 years. 15 years. What does it tell you?
I didn't realize. I can't remember what you got in your collection. I didn't realize you had a black.
It is not black. It is a 1675 with a black bezel insert. That is it. I'm not talking about that ceramic one that you have. And
what's wrong with the ceramic one? Why you haven't got the ceramic one?
I'm terribly envious on that one, because that is the only decent watch that you have. But
what about my Kermit?
Well, it's okay.
The Kermit's just okay?
Without chronograph, it would be better. How does that look?
Yeah, that's nice. That is nice. I like that. But I do like your Pepsi you've got too.
Well, I can change the insert to Pepsi. 2 minutes.
Have you done that?
Done.
Is that what you've done with this one?
Yes.
Did you just buy the bezel and chuck it on?
Yeah.
Oh, so you just bought the bezel and just threw it on your Pepsi?
The bezel insert. Let's be precise. This is a watch show here.
Yes, the bezel insert. Yeah, you want to get fucking technical again. Yes, the bezel insert. The fucking thing with the numbers on it. Is that what you want me to say? Okay, the things with the fucking numbers on it, you changed it, yeah?
This is not in the Rolex catalog, the fucking thing that that has the numbers on. It is a bezel insert, my friend.
No shit. That's what I'm not asking you to change the whole fucking bezel. It's an insert of the bezel you're gonna change. I know this. And that's what I meant. So you changed it, yeah?
Why are you calling it a piece of shit then?
What?
The insert!
I'm not calling it a piece of shit. You did.
You just did.
I didn't call it a piece of shit.
You said piece of shit with the numbers on. Dial back.
Yeah, because you're frustrating me. I was going to say sexually frustrating me because that's not a fact. That's not true. But you're frustrating me, and then you made me swear.
Now it's my fault that you're swearing. It's not that you're a repeated swearer.
That just comes naturally when I get frustrated. Ask my wife.
But you're not swearing only when you're frustrated, if I remember correctly.
Well, put it this way. You know, I went on the hey, we got Thomas in the house too. We got Bill.
Thomas, good to see you. I think Bill. He's frustrated. He wanted to watch the football match.
Bill's a good man. Bill, is that Bill from Australia? It must be Bill from Australia.
I think so. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's a lovely man. Bill is a lovely man. You know, he for the longest time he thought my name was Alex, and I never corrected. I know, was it Alex? He called me. He was calling me a different name, and I never corrected him what my real name was, which I'm not going to say on here. But it was so funny when he did find out what it was. He messaged me and he goes, "Why didn't you tell me?" Because I didn't want to be rude and and put. But the guy
Mr. GMT, you can spell out your real name. Your real name is Shirley, isn't it?
Shirley, no.
Yeah. Okay.
Some people call me.
So why did you correct me when I was calling you Shirley?
When?
All the
you
time.
Asked. You asked. He didn't ask. He didn't ask. You asked.
Okay.
He didn't ask what my name was. You asked. I just went along with it. He called me that. I just said, "Yeah, that's what that'll do." But
so now we have soap talk here.
Soap talk? What? What do we got here?
Danger Will Robinson is now starting to annoy me with soap talk. I think it's I'm getting him deranged now.
Yeah, fucking take it off him. Fuck it, or take the fucking thing off him. Teach him a lesson for a little bit. Then time him out. Everyone else does. He'll hate that. I'll tell you what.
Absolutely.
So what are we talking about?
Have you noticed a couple of days ago when Curly invited me on the dungeon, I said I'm only hopping on when you ban Swis?
Yes.
And they banned him?
You're fucking kidding.
No, I'm not kidding you. They did. I'm sending you.
Are you serious or what? They actually banned him?
Yes, they banned him.
Oh my God.
That was so funny. And then Swis sent me the picture. 1 second.
Did he see that you said that? Did he see you say? Did he hear you say that?
He was there. He was there.
Oh my God. For real. Fuck.
1 second, I'm showing you.
Well, that's the thing. Curly doesn't fuck around. You know that, right? He says something. You say something, it'll happen.
I don't think that it was Curly.
Thomas Calimera, my man.
Is Thomas Greek?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. I'm surprised, but he's. He
Why are you saying Calimera? Calimera is, this bird, that comic figure that was called Calimero?
No, I don't know.
I'm going to show it to you.
1 second. I've never heard of it.
1 second. This is going so fast. So first of all, I'm going to show you the image that Swis sent me after they got him banned.
I still can't believe they did that to him.
I found that really funny.
Oh, you know my avatar.
Here, have a look. Who gives a fuck about your avatar? So have a look here. Jonathan Quill Higgins. I only hop on when Pirata is banned.
Do you want me to tell you to go fuck yourself in a minute?
No.
All right, keep going.
So I said I only hop on.
Oh, holy shit! Look, Pirata's banned.
There you go, Higgins. Sorry, Swis.
There you go. It worked. It worked.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm gonna explain you Calimero, but you're too young to know who Calimero is. That is only what the young people know.
Now you're showing your fucking age, you old fart.
No. That was current Calimero. 1 second.
Is that him?
Yes, that is
How
Calimero.
cute is that? Is that like a little? What is it? He's got an eggshell on his head.
Yeah. And that was his signature with the eggshell on it. That is Calimero.
Oh, that's so cute. That is so cute.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what I'm getting? Do you want me to show you what I'm getting?
An eggshell on the head?
No, that just reminded me of something. I'm getting actually. There's a company that makes watch heads.
Mr. GMT, we're in trouble.
Hey, what did you say?
I have great clips from this stream. Oh shit! we better keep our mouths shut.
I can just imagine what is going. I love you. I love you, Nog, man. You rock, man.
I think last week we made it private. I think we have to make that private as well.
Too late. He's already got him, man. Once he's got him, he's got him. You know that, right?
Oh my God.
You're fucked now. I'm already fucked, but you're definitely fucked now.
Why haven't you told me to keep my mouth shut? Come on.
This is going to be awesome. But no, talking about, I actually there's a company that makes statues, yeah? And they made, no, these aren't dolls, these are statues. The statues are different from action figures.
Superman statue.
No, it was actually Kermit the Frog.
Okay.
With an actual Kermit bezel face and a tongue and all that. It looks really cool.
Okay.
It looks really, really, really cool. I've got to try and
show that to the viewers?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find it on Instagram here, but we'll see. Just give me a little bit to try and find where it is. I forget what they're called again, but they're fucking unreal. They're really good. But Nark's got you. He's got you now. Now you're fucked. Shit. You know that, eh?
Yeah, I knew the moment that you were hopping on that I'm in trouble. I knew it.
Well, you shouldn't have dropped the link. I wouldn't have jumped on.
I didn't drop the link for you.
Oh, it wasn't for me?
No.
Okay, I'll leave then.
I was asking for intelligent people to hop on. So that should have told
you. No intelligent motherfucker wants to get on here because you fucking outmind every motherfucker on here. You make them feel like dog shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Why do you think no one wants to jump on, man? They're too scared.
Well, we're not going to enter the low IQ discussion.
Here we go. Now we're going to go. Now everyone's low IQ. Sorry, Mr. Jonathan Higgins. Yes. We're all low IQ.
No. I said I'm not going to enter that discussion. That is what I said.
What does that mean? What does that comment mean?
What?
What does that comment mean? You don't want to enter what?
Here we have some rumors. Dogs quit.
Yeah, fuck about time. I don't give a fuck. He's a weirdo. He's an idiot. Oh, I can't fucking find it. Of course, now that I want to find it, I can't find it. Of course, that's how it works, isn't it?
Go a little bit quicker.
I'm trying to find it. I can't find it anyway.
My age, my lifespan is not endless, so hurry up.
Oh my God. Just you know what? We can maybe Google it. You want to Google it?
So tell me what I should Google.
Just type in Google.
Google.
No, don't type in Google. Say type in Google. Fucking not in Google. What the fuck? Type Google. Kermit the Frog statue. Watch head. Maybe it might come up.
Doll.
Statue, not doll. It won't come up.
And then?
Watch head. It might come up. Did it come up?
Only some crap. 1 second. Here's my Google page. Should I search for pictures?
Have you got them?
Can you see it on the screen?
1 second. Shit. No, I can't. Wait a minute. Fuck. No, hang on. No, this is all shit, man. What the fuck? This is not it.
That is Kermit the Frog statue watch head.
Yeah, I know. It's not it. Let me just where's my Instagram thing on here? I can't even find my Instagram.
Can you finish one sentence without swearing?
Listen, I'm getting fucking frustrated here. Just back the fuck up.
You started it with the Kermit.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it now on my Instagram. I don't know why I can't find Instagram on here. On my computer. I had it on here. I just can't find it now. Stupid shit. Where are we?
Will Robinson wants to have another strap discussion.
A what discussion?
A watch strap discussion. Now I'm starting a strap shop.
Are you?
Oh shit! Now I know what he means.
What do you mean?
Strap shop.
Strap.
You know there are watch strap and other straps. You know that?
Yeah, are you talking about strap-ons?
You had to.
Is that what you're talking about?
He is talking about. I'm not talking about. But now that you took us there, now it's your way to take us back.
I didn't say strap-ons. You guys said strap-ons.
You said strap-on. Yeah, I didn't say that.
You did. You said the things that, there's other straps. And
I said strap shop.
Are you talking about strap-ons or strap shop?
Strap shop.
Anyway, look, I'll try and find this another time and I'll share it to you.
Okay.
But I can't fucking find it here now. It's pissing me off.
I can't believe that 14 people are listening to this stupid shit.
Fuck, are you serious? We still got 14 people? I thought we maybe have 1 or 2 people listening.
Yeah.
The fuck is wrong with you guys?
I thought that I ended the stream a long time ago.
Well, you've been going on for now it's just over fucking 4 hours.
4 hours, yeah. It's not fucking... Stop swearing. Just say nicely 4 hours. How about that?
Okay. It's been going on for fucking 4 hours. How's that?
You're hopeless.
So,
Mrs. GMT, do you have a Superman watch? Question from
yeah, but it's just a shitty one. I don't have nothing special.
Yeah. So Russ can't believe that he's listening to that shit either. Sexual tension is intense. Are we live, Mr. GMT? Or is this all happening in a matrix?
I don't know. It's your fucking dream.
It better be. It better be. Okay, so I think we're going to end this shift. What do you think, Mr. GMT? Mr. GMT, you're muted. Here
I'm talking, and I didn't even realize I was muted. What a fucking dumb cunt. Oh, did I say that out loud? Shit, sorry about
that. Couldn't have been something intelligent.
Sorry about that, guys. My bad. Oh man, I can't find this thing now. I'm gonna have to go into my emails. Anyway, that's okay. End it. I'll find it another day.
Okay, that is good. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining the comments and the show.
And I apologize for jumping on.
I apologize for Mr. GMT being a total jackass.
And I apologize for jumping on.
You don't have to apologize. The main thing is you blame yourself.
I always blame myself, and I apologize for jumping on.
Okay. So with that, I think we're ending the show. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you all next week.
Did that actually say come and get it at the end of that?
Wait, we're live.